Alright. Is it time? I think it's time for more Spaceman time. It's time for a little session of Spaceman. This is middle of the night Spaceman. This is messed up sleep schedule Spaceman. Let's get some midnight Spaceman work done here. Alright, so last we left off, I spent like 4 hours trying to get water cooling going. We're pretty close. But if we take a quick look at it, all I wanted to do, the entire goal, the only piece that we need to do better at, basically, is to cool off the water at night. So just walking over the way this thing works real quick. We have a giant line of coolant, which is plugged into a big cooling station that constantly holds a very cold temperature. If you take a look at it, it's usually around like negative 40 Celsius of nitrogen chilling in the pipes. We have a collection system for just air during the cold of night that's chilling at like 149, as cold as it gets basically at night. We are filtering out carbon dioxide and volatiles from those from that cold air supply. We are cooling them off to 20°C so that they don't cause any explosions, and so that we can dump air in our base for the carbon dioxide. The volatiles mix with the oxygen we are collecting from our base and end up creating fuel here with a ratio of 2 volatiles to 1 oxygen. So we've got all that working well. We've got a nice big supply of fuel, 3 megapascals in a giant container. Just add oxygen, basically. That's our limiting component there. Now we're turning this into water. We've got this water machine here, which takes fuel and converts it into mostly steam, a little bit of waste gases, but mostly steam. We're exchanging that heat with the hot tank just to add some temperature there. And we can see it's already up to 50 megapascals. Interesting. So that's worth keeping track of. The pressure's going way up. This thing's going to explode at 60. I'm glad I'm walking through this. I was going to miss that. We need to spend some hot air before this thing heats up more. It's going to get to like 1500, I think. But anyway, we get a little cooling that way, and also that hot air is useful for crafting in the forge, in the furnace. Alright, so all that's working well, and then we have a filter here to filter out the water. Dump the waste gas out into space, collect the water in a tank. So right here, we have our collection of water, or steam I suppose, at 1000 degrees Celsius, which is extremely hot. And we need to cool that off. So what I'm trying to do, the goal, is to basically just match it with the temperature outside during the middle of the night when it gets down to like 128°C, and that'll shed like 900 Celsius. That's huge. So we can just drop 900 Celsius for free if we exchange with the outside air. So I spent like 4 hours last time building a gigantic system for just trying to expose as much as possible to the air. We have different cooling stations basically at night, or once we're below a specific temperature, which we are controlling via memory. We're going to open up a valve to let air from a hotter section off left. It goes from hot to cold. So hotter section left, it's going to let some air in. That's going to just exchange with the night air. And we're using a little toggle here to make sure that we only exchange at night. That goes into these gas exchangers. They just trade energy. And then we block it off. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps, where each step we're saying don't allow air through unless the temperature reaches a certain point. So we're starting at like 900. I was playing with these a teeny bit last night. 800, 700. So this thing, in theory, you'd think it works. But I think the issue we're running into is it's just like not, the pressure isn't working. We're not getting enough pressure to exchange heat to cool anything off. So if we take a look at the pressures here, the first chamber, it's got 6 megapascals, tons of pressure. The next one has 2 megapascals. That's a good amount of pressure. Then it goes down to like less than 1. That's tied less than 1. It just keeps getting lower and lower in a bad way. So I was thinking for now, we might just want to basically say whatever, dude. And just kind of let stuff go through. I was thinking we could use, instead of just using the temperature, we could change it to do temperature, or if the pressure is below a threshold. So like if we don't even have a single megapascal of pressure in the system, then the cooling isn't really going to work because there's just not enough pressure in it. It's like super low pressure on both ends. The outside air is just the pressure outside, which is like half an atmosphere. Super low, 50 kilopascals right now. And the pressure of the pipes is empty. So it's like it's all working, but we're not cooling down enough. And then finally, once it does cool off, theoretically this is supposed to cool it to air temperature. It's going to come along through here and just tie in to our main cooling line. This is our nitrogen line at -40. So we exchange some heat here. This is the hot steam. We cool it down to 20 is what we're targeting using AC code here and here. And then that condenses. We capture the condensed water, it goes into our system. So basically it's all good except this step is not, it's not working well at all. So I'm thinking we just let, like I said, let's change it so that if there's a minimum pressure and it's nighttime, then we can let it run through. Kitty, I just played with you for like fucking hours. I love you so much. I love you so much. You gotta go. Did you hear that big meow? He's screaming. I slept funny and he doesn't know what to do about it. He doesn't know what time of day it is and he wants food. God, you're so fucking cute. I'm not gonna play with you. I literally just played with him for like an hour. Get out of here, dude. Alright, what am I doing? I want to change it so that the minimum pressure goes up. I think that is one way that we can at least get some more movement through. And then add, just like dump some heat into our coolant line. There's an analyzer here that's keeping track of the temperature and making sure we never heat up the coolant too much. And I beefed up the cooling system a lot really quickly in the last session. So I think for now, we need to generate water. Like we're dying if we don't generate water. And if it is working, then we're sustainable. So let's be inefficient for now and just kind of like try and force the air through more is what I'm thinking. And then see what it does to our pollutant cooling section. It might be fine. It might be that the pollutant cooling is so strong that it just doesn't matter. But I was thinking too, another thing I might want to do is set up a similar setup to what we're doing here, where we're using evaporation to cool stuff. We could do the same for the water. We could make it cool itself. We could condense it to water at a very high temperature and a very high pressure using the cold air from outside as a coolant to force it to the right temperature and to condense. And then we could have a series of evaporation chambers. Kind of like that, but I'll just use the evaporation chamber item for the sake of simplicity. And because I've already done the big complicated fancy build, we could just do the simpler one. But anyway, we could do a similar setup and just have the steam cool itself off via evaporation. And that's probably going to be the best solution and way more effective than what we're doing. But we'll see. At the very least, we would want to get it tied to the outside temperature. We would want to cool it to like 120 before we tie it to our pollutant. That would be pretty okay if we could accomplish that. Anyway, let's import the code. Let's do a quick tweak here. I'm going to pause to save time because we're chilling outside. So this is our assembly code. It's basically doing what I was describing, where we're just looking to determine, are we turning on the cooling valve for the connection to the outside air, and are we turning on the hot valve for bringing in some more hot air? So we just want to add one more variable here. We want to say if it is day and we're above a certain pressure threshold, then Kitty, get out of here. Get out of here, dude. I see you about to jump. Don't jump up here. If it is if it is night and we're above a certain threshold, below a certain threshold, then let's let some air. I'm getting so fucking distracted by this cat. Get over here. Get over here, cat. Get over here. Hey. What's up? Who's a cat? Who's a cat, huh? Who's a cat? What's up? What's up, kitty? Can you chill the fuck out? Do you want some... You just want to chill? How's this? Can we do this? What's up, project? The bell exists. It's right there. I see it. I can't reach it. But if my arms were 10 feet long, I could probably get it. Alright, let's see. Who's a good cat? So let's add a new variable here for isNight. It's going to be in register 10 since that's unused. Right now we have cooling valve is on is if the outside temp is below the max temp. So that's basically isNight. So I'm going to say this is now v isNight. And then we can just even say move. We'll just set the cooling valve being on to isNight, but it'd almost be cleaner to just say this and remove the variable for cooling valve is on. So pretty much could have just renamed that variable. That's all we ended up doing. But let's call that isNight, and now we have the variable for isNight. So the hot valve is on is if, let's see, let's change this logic a little bit. Let's just write it out. V hot valve is on is going to be equal to if the V steam temp is less than the V target temp, which is the code that we've already written here. Then we're going to want an V, or sorry, not an or V pressure is less than min pressure. So we want to add this one clause to say if we're below the target temperature, then allow that through. And we probably only want to do that at night as well. Who's a good boy? Okay, so let's switch the order here. And then let's add some variables. We need to keep track of the temperature, or the pressure, I mean. The pressure can be R10. We can load that pretty easily. Load V pressure is going to be the D air tank. This is our steam tank pressure. Okay, so now we have the pressure. Who's a cat? Who's a cat? Who's a cat, huh? All right, so we will say something like that. Who's a cat, huh? I think we can have do it like this. I love you, cat. You're a good boy. Oh, you got an ear itch. Oh, he's got an ear itch. Oh, he's going in. Oh, it's getting graphic. Oh, it's an R-rated stream. Oh, no, he's licking it. Oh, my God. Disgusting. I have to wash my hands. How about that ceiling? Or where were we? How about that cat? What a cat. Big round of applause for Cat. You're beautiful. Now can you please stop biting me? Alright, so let's make these clauses. What do we got here? We have, we can use R0. So we will say set less than R0, V pressure is less than min pressure. Min pressure is not a thing yet. Let's make that. We'll define min pressure as, let's do like 1 megapascal. Let's make sure you've always got at least 1 megapascal of pressure going through. I think this is going to like flood our coolant line quite a bit. And at the same time, that's okay. It shouldn't cause any sort of overheating that affects the base. And we can get some water going. Water is more important right now than being perfectly efficient with our coolant. Okay, so that's one clause. It's going to be, let's see, the other one is set less than. So we've got that here already. This is written, R0 or R1. So we've got our, if our pressure is less than the min pressure, that's going to be stored into R0. If the steam temperature is less than the target temperature, that's going to be R1. So that's these two clauses. We can OR them together into the V hot valve is on. So that's R0, R1. Okay, so now we've achieved this, and then it needs to get ANDed. So we will AND. The hot valve is on is going to be the AND of itself. The hot valve is on. And V is night. Okay, so that should do it more or less. Now we're just going to make sure only at night that we're flooding this thing quite a bit more. Seems good. I'm going to save that. That's our water cooling script. We'll overwrite. Hopefully this will work. And then I think I want to put this down for a little bit. Stop playing with water. I want to get some automated furnaces going. That's relatively easy to do. Doesn't take a huge amount of time or resources. It's just a kind of late game thing. Also might want to play with the values we have on the min temps. I think I turned them all up a little last night. I played a little off stream last night where I threw down the the cryogenic chamber where you can like AFK and not die. And then I just like ran down and tweaked these values slightly, turned the temperatures up, and just saw what happened, thought about it a little bit while I was doing other things. Anyway, we changed the code through all of those. Now they should be forcing some air through. When we see the night come through, which is about to happen, we can see the pressures increase, and I want to see, does the water start going up? If the water starts going up, then we're okay to ignore it for a little bit. It might not be okay to like start doing a ton of growing, or to fill in the greenhouse all the way. But we'll see. Let's see what rate this water's moving. Right now we're down to 40 liters in the tanks, 230 liters in the pipes. So I think we've got 2 tanks. Probably got about 300 liters of water. Not great. Let's see that number move. What happens at night? Big beautiful base is getting big and beautiful. Alright, can I craft some stuff too? How's the suit look? Suit looks okay, but we can manage that real fast. All done. Do we have materials? We're gonna need a whole ton of chutes. We're starting to work on the... Oops, that's the wrong spot, and it's gone forever. I'm not going to empty that. If we're starting to work on the automated furnaces, we're going to need a whole bunch of chutes. That's probably one of the biggest thing. We're also going to need a bunch of sorters, which I think come from here. Okay. So farm a little iron soon. What's the temperature like outside? 550 and falling. Alright, I'm just gonna farm for a couple minutes while we wait for the night. Put on the X-ray goggles. There we go. Kitty's very big now. Kitty's very big, but I think he's okay weight. He's a little bit chonky, but he's not gonna die of obesity chonky. We've been restricting his food. He's pretty upset about it. But he's healthy, and he still eats like 2 cans of wet food a day. He eats a lot of food. He's a big boy. He's like a whole human torso. He could probably win in a fight with a small human. I would say up to about age 8. He could take a 7-year-old. Very impressive cat. Kitty's doing good. We went on a very nice long walk today. I played with him a bunch too. He's just a little confused because I took a nap and woke up at midnight, which is pretty confusing. So if he doesn't know what's going on, the assumption is it's food time, right? That only makes sense. Alright, I grabbed a bunch of iron. Iron will turn into chutes. I'm thinking we'll do sorting on the roof. And then we will move the ore, once it's sorted and stacked into piles of 50. We can move it into a silo, which can then plug into a... we're still cooling off. I'm going to farm a little more. A silo, which will plug into a furnace. And then we'll write some code for an auto furnace, so that the furnace will automatically do things and stuff. Yeah, so we'll take that. That'll do all the handling of ore. So we can just like throw belts in, it'll handle it all, and it'll furnace it into ingots, and then we can again add a stack of sorters, which goes into vending machines in the base. That's the plan. Got a little distracted there by ores. As the temperature is still falling, still not night. Looking for 130C. 130C is when all the systems turn on. Alright, there's a couple bags. Temperature's 180, going down. Let's take a look at what happens next. What's our steam gonna do? What's our water level gonna look like? I think, I'm going to save just in case. I don't think we need that. So we've basically been building up pressure for a long time. This is about the most stress we're ever going to put through the system. Like 7 megapascals of air here. Let's see. Do you work? 145. Looking for 130. And then we should see basically all the vents should just turn on. Should just start shoving air through. Ready? Do it. All the vents go on. Not you. You went above 1. You're above 1 megapascal and below the threshold of 900, right? Yeah. So this is working. We're seeing it turn on there and turn off there. These are all on like they should be. Good, good, good. How are you doing? How's the pressure? This is bad. I mean, it's okay, like, it's good it's going up, but, seeing 600 Celsius here when the goal is 130 is not good. Fuck. What happens if I'm gonna turn this down so that you fill up more? Now it's not letting anything out. Is that gonna give us some exchange? You're doing 45, you're doing nothing. This seems like a bug too. Just one of these guys is not working. It's like this line only affects one thing, and I don't know why. If I look up here at this end, Hello. How am I cooling? I have a giant liquid pollutant system with evaporation chambers. I'm using physical evaporation chambers, just rooms and vents instead of the plumbing item. But I was saying, so if we look like over here, this guy has two that are attached right next to each other, and they're both doing good exchange. So like, I don't know why this would work, but then over here it's not. It looks like an identical setup. Anyway. How's the pressure and stuff? We're up to 1 megapascal? Still no. It's going down the pipes extremely slow. This system just sucks. This is good in theory. And in practice, it's worse in every way than just having like a line of 10 medium radiators. I might want to just put that back again, because this thing is not cutting it. Anyway, let's open it up. Let's let some water through and see what happens. The pressure's not moving fast at all. The steam doesn't care to push down the line. I think instead of having just like the valves here, it might be better to have like a turbo vent. Force it through. Alright. I'm going to change you. Edit. 1 megapascal's not enough. Give me 2 megapascals. Export. You too. Let's throw them all on 2 megapascals. Let's just dump some heat into our coolant and see water go up, so that we can ignore it for a bit, have the number go the right way, and then do something more optimal later. I really like this contraption in theory. I was feeling pretty happy and proud of it, and then it just totally didn't work at all. Just complete garbage. But it looks kind of cool. Wow, look at that whole line of things that do not work. Amazing. Okay. So it goes. The cost of learning. How's the pressure? Pressure go up, temp go up. That comes along into our cooling line here, which is now getting hotter with a higher pressure. Okay. So the final spot, we were hoping to have this held towards like 130C, and instead it's coming at like 600 or 700 now. Not good. That all goes into our coolant. Our coolant is heating up fast and then exchanging with the polluted liquid evaporation system. And again, it's only going to go up to like, I think like 5C for this one, and then it shuts off. 10C for this one, and then it shuts off. So we should never bring our coolant above 10C, which will mean all the other systems that rely on that coolant, like, you know, air conditioning our base, staying alive, those are all still going to be working okay. But this is definitely not efficient. There's like 500 Celsius there that we could drop. I feel like I pretty much have to just rebuild the thing I had before. It literally takes like 2 minutes. And then it was already doing much better. I think I'm going to do that for now. Ooh, where am I? Let's see what happens here. But it was doing better. It was hitting the target temperatures. The steam was coming out. It would reach this point at like 130, which is great. I think the only problem was, maybe two problems. One, it was heating up during the day. Two, it didn't seem like it was pulling much air through. Maybe it just needs more like turbo pumps or something. A turbo pump in every stage would probably help keep movement up. Anyway, this guy is chilling. It's getting cooled off by our coolant line, which drops liquid into here. That gets cooled off as well. 230 liters. I want to see number go up. How long does it take to go to 231? Or is it going to go to 229? 231. You just use conditioner with volatiles. I think I've done that before. That's, you just have like a chain of air conditioners working like heat pumps, cooling stuff off. I think I remember doing that. I think I also I remember I didn't have a very firm understanding of it, but that's how I do cooling on Venus, when I did Venus. I really enjoy the mechanics for evaporation and condensation. Those are fun. and they're extremely strong. That's a huge amount of energy that's moved in evaporation and condensation. 232. How you doing, Steam? So it should have shut off now. That final, since it's day, all of these guys shut off. So we're not adding any more heat. This is cooling off. It should go down all the way to 20. It'll dump some water into the lines, and then that number will stop going up. So we'll see if it goes up every day or down. Coolant is doing what I expected there. These guys are toggling at like 5C. One of them will turn off. You can see the one on the left turning off. Stop cooling the steam at 5C. And the one on the right is stop cooling the steam at 10C. So I'm just prioritizing cooling off the liquid here, since that's going to heat up our base. We want to make sure this is maintaining the right heat. Same, about 21C. Keep the plants in the base happy. Evaporators are good. They work really well. They're just complicated. You have to get a good system going with different chambers. This system's working well. I've got it all posted on YouTube. You just turn the consoles on and look at it though. Just collects a huge amount of polluted liquid at night. Using all these vents and some pressure here. Got some tanks that are super filled here. It's looking to fill them to like 50%. Maybe more than that. They look like they're almost full. That's a lot of liquid. Anyway, that just comes in. This first chamber holds a pressure of 5.7, and that's going to be about 143C. The liquid from that, it looks to move liquid in until that guy is filled up 50%. Then that liquid comes on in here. It's been cooled off just a teeny bit. This is like the hottest one, 143. This guy's down to 5 megapascals, which goes to 100. Now we have 100C moving. Down to 50, 4 megapascals, 14. So the same code, you just change what pressure you're targeting, which is basically the exact same thing as evaporation chambers. Works super good. Keeps this final chamber very cold. And then we're tying that to the nitrogen line. We've got the liquid here from that room and the gas there from that room. Just plugged into some heat exchangers. They're doing pretty good. What are they doing, like 50 kilojoules right now? We can make more if we want. Just add some more. That might not be a bad idea, actually. Probably want to add a couple more heat exchangers here, since we're still like not at all tying the temperature of the coolant, which is at like 1C, with the temperature of the liquid, which is just it has no problem here holding negative 40. That's a good idea. Let's do that real quick. Let's see if we can actually like heat up and actually get the system to start working harder. See if we can draw more heat than it can produce in cooling. That's what I'm thinking. Overload the system.
Oxygen critical.
All right, let's see. Food, water. I think I saw that we've got a decent amount of, what was I thinking? Oh, I lost that thought. It's gone. Where'd that thought go? Yeah, we have a decent amount of fuel, so we might not need to be keeping this room so empty. I don't like that it's been so hard to breathe here for so long. Let's just tweak the values on our air management system. Instead of holding a min CO2 ratio of 80%, let's knock that down to 75. A little change like that will hopefully increase the breathability. We're no longer getting the awful breathing noises, but we still have like a debuff. And the air in here is still 80% CO2. Not a ton of oxygen. Alright, how you doing, cooling line? You're up to 238. Good. It was at 230 when we started the night, so it's still going up, even though it's been almost a whole day. I think we can just add some cooling right away and increase the efficiency. That's probably good enough. I probably will do that and call it good for now and do some other projects for a bit. I've been messing with it for a long time. But for sure, I think the solution is to just do normal evaporation chambers. That's a really easy build. We'll make a little vacuum room, maybe like 10 by 5 by 2 or something. Just a pretty small square. Pump that to vacuum, and then put our evaporation stations in there. Maybe do like 5 evaporation tanks. And it doesn't need to be as big as that at all. It could be something much smaller. But let's save that for after we have an auto furnace, I think. Alright, give me a large heat exchanger. For that we need steel and Invar. Steel, Invar. Looks like it's much too big. It probably is much too big, and there's probably inefficiencies in it. In fact, I'm certain there's inefficiencies in it. I'm kind of interested to... Let's just like blast hot steam into it and see what's that going to do. What happens when it's really getting loaded? Are these chambers going to overpressure? Are all the vents going to be able to keep up with it? Where is it going to start failing? If it fails at all. I think that's worth playing with. So for sure, like this planet, Vulcan, heat is the enemy, right? Heat is such a pain. So I definitely wanted to beat it. Beat it and then some. And having a huge cooling line like that, you can just tie everything. You need cooling all over the place for when you want to expand systems and produce fuel and cool steam. Maybe not that last one, but it comes in useful all over. So it's nice to be able to just like have that problem solved more or less, not have to think about cooling. I think steam is, or water is like the one exception there for the most part. That one is extremely hot and has a lot of energy in it. Alright, let's grab 4 of these. That's probably more than enough. I'm thinking we do... maybe 2 more of the liquid cooling, 2 more of the air. We'll see what happens there. I'm still surprised the liquid, heating up the liquid, isn't causing like expansion or pressure issues in there. I'm guessing the vent is like a passive vent where air is escaping a bit, but maybe not, I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm just thinking if we add more liquid cooling and we get expansion going, that might blow the line. So we'll have to look out for that. I think we're safe to add gas. That's just gonna add heat. And just push that heat into the chamber. So that should be no trouble there. Plus there's even drains on those pipes in case there's any condensation somehow. Alright, 2 gas. 2 liquid. Hello, kitty. Who's a good boy? Oops, that's not liquid. 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 Pet that cat. I gave him some good pets with the camera. I've given him lots of attention. I made sure to give him attention before I started streaming and recording here, so that he wouldn't be super needy. I've given him a lot of love today. He's mostly just confused because I'm up in the middle of the night at weird times. He's used to me waking up from sleeping and then feeding him. So the fact that I haven't fed him is pretty unjust. He is riding. Alright, we crafting. Got 5 heat exchangers now. Just plug them in. Just add pipes. Who's a good cat? Where'd you go? Oh, he's chilling on the bed. Being super cute. That's good cat behavior. Alright. Holy. You to break into your own home? I've had to do that before. That's rough. I remember I successfully did it, and then felt a little bit unsafe. I wouldn't want it to be so easy to break into my home. Also, I needed to do it. I didn't have my keys. What are you supposed to do? Just stay outside forever? My bed's right there. Okay. So we've got more cooling now. These guys are exchanging very little heat, which means this guy is cold, which it is. Okay. So now this is going to tie more closely to this final chamber. And then at night, when we dump heat, which is about to turn on here, these guys aren't going to flicker as much. The coolant should have no trouble keeping up for the most part. That should pull this to vacuum more. We might even want to put some turbo vents in it. I'm tempted to just like change this line, add a couple medium radiators and a turbo vent at the end. I feel like that's going to be more effective than the entire cooling system up to this point. And we have all of it ready to go. That's like 2 seconds. Let's give that a shot real quick. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We even got a little tank here ready to fill up, so during the night it should pull all the air through. Okay. Let's go. Easy peasy. That should be the turbo vent. Okay. Give them just a little space. I don't think this matters at all. But theoretically, they're heating up the air. So having some space should make them not heat each other up as much, be a little more effective. Don't think it matters. Alright, 2 more. I don't know if we need to throw them down. I guess we can. Might as well. Okay, so now we have all these big radiators, which kind of suck. And then we'll go into these medium radiators. And all of the whole system only turns on at night, basically. So it should only run at night, more or less. And we should pretty much run into the same issue we had before, where during the day it might heat up a little bit for the leftover gases that are taking a while to pump through. But that was already working significantly better than what we currently have. So let's just add more cooling. Maybe this is fine. You're not right. One of you is not right. Radiator is wrong. Should be convection, right? You're not going to do shit. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Get over here. Yeah, convection. Flying sparkles. It's the electric gun. It's the welder. Let's see, I need to add some power. It needs to go here, or we're gonna be missing some important wires. Okay, and then this guy can go, and we can throw in the turbo pump, which is the last missing piece. There's our turbo pump, goes that way, looks good, turn on, max the pressure. Okay, so this should force more steam through. We probably have, let's take a look here. Look at that, it's going right through. It's keeping this guy's vacuum. That gets moved into there, where it can cool off. What do the temperatures look like? So this is down to 127 at the at the end. This is what we're looking for. This is our only goal. So we want to match the temperature outside. That's perfect. Okay. Why are you some blue, some not? Needs paint. Alright, how are we doing? Pressure going up. This seems good. Seems better. I mean, if this works enough, as long as this isn't collecting much heat during the day, if this is getting down to the night temps, then this is okay. I think that this would be a good permanent solution. It's janky AF. I'm not happy. I was proud and now I'm embarrassed that I was proud. But, sure, that'll do. Okay, fuck it. As long as it's producing enough liquid, producing enough water for us. And I'm happy to see it reaching that 125, 127. It's colder than it is outside. Amazing. Must be evaporating in the pipes a bit. Or something. And then that's going to put way less strain on our coolant system, which is still just locked in. It's not moving at all off of 140. How about the liquid level? That guy's up to 37. It was at 30 before, so it's gone up a lot. This is 232, which I remember a day or two ago it was 230. That's not moving a ton yet. But even if we're just like not moving at all, if we're just treading water, then that is fine for now. We've got a large amount of ferns and we've got some potatoes. We're producing all of the water that we need to be alive. Let's see, what else should we do? Anything maybe? I'm tempted to do like another turbo valve right here. Try and push some air through. I also wonder if we added more air storage on this final section, if that would be like a bigger empty space creating a bigger draw to help pull this in. A larger vacuum that it's trying to fill. That might not be a bad idea. Do I have any spare tanks on me? Can I just throw a tank down right here? Or throw a tank down right here? See if that matters. Worst case, we waste a couple resources for a tank we don't need. But this shouldn't decrease efficiency in any way. I'm guessing this does not matter. But sure. Oh, maybe. This is a much higher pressure than it was before. So maybe that's helping it slurp air through. Having a bigger vacuum at the end, bigger draw. Or maybe I'm just making up some physics. That is also likely. 2, 3, 3, water go up. Alright, and the sun's coming up, so everything's turning off. How's the air in the pipes? Now it's collecting heat. Pressure's going up as it's collecting heat. It's still got like it's got almost a full atmosphere right here. Moving through slowly. So that's not great. That's a full atmosphere of air that's getting pulled through. It's going to collect the heat for the entire day. And dump it into our coolant system. Alright, I'm feeling like good enough for now. I'm going to leave it. Let's do other things. I want to make an auto furnace setup. What about a nice auto furnace? For auto furnace, we'll come home. We can take off our belt and throw it into a machine dude. So we can have like a powered chute here to collect our belts, our mining belts full of mining things. And then we'll route that up with chutes. Do the stuff on the ceiling. The filtering and everything. Alright, there's chutes. Give me some powered chutes. Iron, electrum, constantan. No iron. Electrum. We've got iron on us, and I should take off my suit now. I forgot that I can do this. This is nice. It's a whole new world. Look, potatoes. Seeds. We can make potatoes now. I'm gonna do 8 potatoes. I'm gonna keep 1 forever. I'm gonna build a shrine to it. Alright, and how's that water looking? Water is 233. We started at 230, so it's up 3 liters. With me drinking, making potatoes and stuff. We'll keep an eye on that. That's the number to keep track of. 230. Alright, time to smelt. Let's make some stuff. Turn that on. Everything is already empty. Run that through. And I'm actually gonna... Let's turn on this pump. Let's turn on the hot switch too. And get rid of some air. Right now, we have like 50 megapascals of pressure in there, which is not good. It's a lot. Why aren't you cooking? Cook. There you go. If we hit 60, the pipes burst. It's gonna explode. I might need to add some systems there for just like letting off gas so we don't overpressure. That would be the best solution. I think we might need that too. If we end up spending a lot of hot air and lower the temperature a lot, and it brings in a bunch of cold air, fills up to the target pressure, that could be trouble. Okay, easy enough. Alright, is that everything? Get it all? You make powered chutes. We don't need 20. You make 20. It's okay. 20 is okay. There's no way I'm gonna wait that long. That's too much waiting. Do I need more solar panels? Might want to add some windmills. Just more power in general. Could be useful. You need electrum and astraloid. I don't think we have those. Nope. else do we need? Sorters. That's gonna make like 5 of them, which isn't enough. This is gonna make another 10 of them at 15. Let's make even more than that. Looks like they're good on materials for all that. Alright, that can go there. Got some chutes, got some powered chutes. Okay. Ooh, are you haunted? You got a ghost in your house? I hear those are things sometimes. There it is. Let's see, do I want to do it here? Sometimes I'll do it like inside of the airlock so that you can get home and just like while you're in the airlock do it. I don't know if we need to go that far. That's getting pretty extreme. What about, I think right here is a pretty good spot. We'll put it right next to the door so we can throw it in when we get home. And then we can just plug that into the power we have for the airlock, I think should work. Let's get the nerd goggles going. Big nerd energy. I'm stuck in an airlock. What have I done? Let me go. Okay, now we can just plug in right there. Perfect. No more nerd goggles. That goes on. Alright, so we'll dump our belt here. Why are you hurt? Oh, the cables are. You're fine. We'll dump our belt here. And then it will pump all of our items up to the roof where we'll do the sorting and furnacing. And that's going to take an absurd amount of chutes. I'm going to do a window here. Curved chute. Oh, are you seeing orbs? I hear those are also a thing. Oh, they have 10 chutes. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. Less clicks is better. Good feature dice. Okay, so we'll shoot the stuff up here. And then we can do our sorting and whatnot. Right over here should be okay. We can just do like most of it on the roof. Probably all of it on the roof. Like light reflecting off water. Sounds like orbs. You gotta work on your telepathy so you can have a chat with them. Ask them what the fuck are they doing in your hall. Those are doors? Okay. Alright, we got another night coming. Yeah. Temp go down, temp go down. Let's see what happens to the water. Alright, we need more chutes. So that will come up. We will shoot it over. We can do our sorting and everything. Right over here should work. Let's take a look at that. We're going to have a sorter. Nope, we're going to have a... I need stackers. Okay, well we need sorters too. That's fine. Need a bunch of stackers. Alright, so we'll have an unloader over here and a computer here. The unloader is going to remove everything from the bag. So it'll pull out all of the ore. And then we'll have this go right here, I think. Is this how it works? It's like one. I think we only need like one extra space. What did I do for this one? I did 2. I need the stackers so I can see. Anyway, we'll use these sorters. We'll have one for each type of ore, and then it will plug directly into a stacker. So we'll get perfect stacks of 50 every time coming out of that. And then we can pull off all the ore that we want to smelt, which is almost all of it, I think. Just combine it and put it into a silo, and then plug it into a furnace. That's the goal. Gonna need some chutes for that. Gonna need a bunch of sorters, which means we need iron and copper. Okay. Oh, and I have an absurd amount of chutes already. Good. There's some iron. There's some copper. We need a lot of those. How much is this gonna make? It's gonna make 10. We need more than that. Give me closer to 20. What else? I think you're looking pretty okay. And actually, if you just even give me like 2 of those, we can get started. Shoots in a second. Alright, this is sorter. I don't want a sorter, I want a stacker. Oh, I didn't get stackers, did I? They're sitting in the thing still. Whoops. Let's go grab them. Are you a sorter? You're sorter. No, no. No, 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 no. Stacker. Did I not click right? I'm sure this is user error. Whoops, we have too many sorters. Okay. Big whatever, dude. I'm sure we can make that work. Just put some of them in there if we need. Alright, give me just a couple stackers. It's gonna give us a start. Alright, so stuff comes up. Stuff gets shooted over to here. Shoop. And then we will have the unloader. It's going to unload everything. Alright, that is going to plug in here. Let's do glass so we can see what's going on. Okay. We'll have sorting for every kind of ore, and then anything that makes it through the whole sorting process without getting grabbed is like a desirable. You just dump that right back in the base, and you'll get stuff back, or if you ever accidentally throw something in that you didn't mean to, it's not going to mess with the system or cause trouble. But these just move straight along. They do a curve like that. Then we do a stacker. I think we can do this variation. There we go. Right there. Alright, that seems good. And in fact, we could make it a little tighter if we want to. Bleh. Can we second work? Nah, it's gonna get clusterfucky too fast. Okay. There we go. Something like this. A whole bunch of times. Should do the job. Alright, what is this? 1, 2. Ooh, what the what? Did I fuck this up? What the fucking, what the? Who let me do this? Who let me do this wrong? Confess. Whoops, I think that actually works. Do we have any more stackers? I think I can get a stacker in here. Alright, we're gonna have one that's a little bit... This is gonna drive me insane. It's like that Japanese thing where they let it be imperfect because I'm too lazy to fix it. I forget the word for that. That's the thing. Break a cup in. fix it with gold. Or something like that. Alright, what was I doing? Stackers go here. There we go. Here. Here. Just make sure these are working correctly. Okay, looks good. Alright, how do I fix you with gold? That'll do. Alright. So let's see. Let's take a look at this. What we got here? Oops, that's the wrong thing. I want to grab my tool. My namey tool. And name some names. This one's going to be called iron. And then copper. And then gold. And then... what else we got? Silicon. And then silver. Cobalt, coal. Sure, I'm missing something. Let's keep it going. But you give each of these a name, and then we can use a sorting computer with the sorting motherboard to say gold gets gold ore, and iron gets iron ore, and silver gets silver ore, etc., etc. Any stackers left? Yep. And let's see, we can use the namey tool here as well to set these at 50. Alright, we need a computer with a sorting chip. We need... What else do we need? We need to make sure we have enough stackers. Or enough of the sorters, I mean. Let's take a look at the ores. What am I missing here? I'm sure I'm missing something. We got coal, copper. Did I get copper? Copper, I'm literally looking at copper. Iron, copper, gold, silicon, silver, cobalt, coal. Lead, nickel. Anything else? I think that's it. We're not getting any of the other things. Space ice, uranium. I don't even think those exist on this map. Maybe when we get the rocket ships going. Okay, lead and nickel. What up, Ninja? Are you liking these tunes? These are bangers. This playlist is called Bangers. That's a true story. Lead, nickel. Alright, we need a couple more stackers, which I think exist below. We need a computer. We need the chutes. Where's the computer? Computer. Hey, oh, what's happening? How does that even happen? Get over here. It's that one stacker. It's perfect. Needs more iron. Give me a bunch more. Bunch more stackers. 10 more stackers. I need a sorting motherboard. %37 spooked. I jumped into like the UFO rabbit hole, all the lore and everything. It's pretty fun and very compelling. A big chunk of the reportings are from like highly trustworthy military personnel guarding nuclear facilities in particular, with like radar data and video data and stuff backing it. And a good chunk of them have stories about their lives getting pretty destroyed for just seeing shit and like trying to report it. It's a lot of fun. Worth looking into. Definitely changed my perspective on reality quite a bit. Shit's crazy, yo. I think it's Grand Theft Auto, probably. This is probably Grand Theft Auto 7. That's my guess. So yeah, maybe you've seen orbs. That's the thing. Alright, here's our computer with a sortie motherboard. This is all gonna need power. We got our main power line. Are you the main power line? You are, right? You are, because you go over here to the satellite dish. This is super conveniently located for us. Let's get some power going. Y-Files is fun. I've watched a bunch of that. That feels very, like entertainment oriented, much less reality oriented. But it's pretty good. I like the fish. I hated the fish at first, and now the fish is my favorite person in the world. The fish is the better actor. The star of the show. It's fun stories though, and fun topics. I don't think I've been compelled by any of it. I've not seen any of that and been like, whoa, holy shit. You just laugh at the fish mostly. It's good times though. I like that one. Alright, so we're just plugging everything in here, and then we can program it. Am I out of wires? I am. Let's go make 1 billion wires. Let's make 1 billion wires and let's see what's going on with our water. How's our water doing? Give me 1 billion wires. That's gonna give me 80. I'm gonna need about 1 billion more than that. Got a stacker. Water is 233. Water is not moving, which is pretty okay. If we were draining like 1 liter a day or something, that's wildly more effective than we've been in the past. So, not super happy with water, but considering we got all of these ferns in here, and our oxygen go up pretty rapidly. And we got 6 potatoes. We have infinite air and food and water. We're pretty much sustainable, just like not good. We don't have excess. Still, this is nice. This is a big, comfortable hab, and we can now let the system just keep treading water and basically produce exactly as much as it uses while we do some other things, and then maybe make a better solution in the future. I think we do need to just make a condensation station. And I mean, this one took like 20 hours. The one I want to make, I know exactly what it is. It's not that complicated. It's probably closer to like 2 hours. Famous last words, but I think we can make it extremely quickly. I'm showing food and water. We might need to add a few more power producers as well. A couple more solar panels could be good. We do a couple more windmills. I think if we just add like transformers down the line, just one transformer every 4 windmills, we could extend like another 50 windmills or whatever, and that's just going to make a lot of extra power. During storms, it'll only let a max of like 100 kilowatts down the line, so we should be okay. I would think. Shouldn't burst any wires. We just got to make sure that that doesn't explode during storms. That'll give us night power. That would help with the winters as well. The winters are weird. There's no sun for most of the day, but when the sun is here, it's extremely hot. They go up to like 1500 Celsius during daytime temperatures. Oh, and I need to program an exit valve on our air gathering systems before they start exploding. That's worth looking at pretty quick here. That's gonna be a bad whoopsie daisy if I mess that one up. How you doing? Alright, now this is the most painful and tedious UI in the game, probably. Is it still bad? It's still bad. Oh god. Look at all these clicks. There's no way to like type. Come on, you got a search button, but it's just to taunt you. It doesn't do anything. So we take a look at these. The coal sorter is going to sort coal. Come on, dude. Is it bugged? No, I just have to let go of Alt. Oh, it's even... Oh my god, it hurts me. Gotta remember where it is. We're looking for coal. I bet there's a way to do it with programming that's better. Just like give it a hash code. It's probably easier to write this in assembly. Like a switch statement or something. Where's the OR live? There it is. Okay. Coal is coal. Give me some coal. Coal, coal, coal. Got him. Alright, iron is iron. Looks like it was all the way down. Iron. Nickel is nickel. Alright, I'm just going to keep plugging this in. This is a good time to run ads to prevent ads at a more interesting time. Enjoy your ads. Always remember, don't buy the thing. Don't do it. When you buy the thing, you encourage them to make more advertisements. If you want to see no ads, you got to stop buying the things for the ads you see. Lead is lead. We're doing it. We're cruising. Cobalt is cobalt. Silver is silver. Silicon. Silicon. Gold. Gold. Copper. Copper. Is that it? Are we good? Is that all the things? Everybody plugged in? Does this game go forever till you die? I mean, even if you die, usually you can respawn. On the easier settings, when you die, you'll respawn with a new suit that's got a full tank and buys you some more time, so you can just keep existing forever. You can also set a respawn point. That's an item you can build. So instead of spawning in the middle of space, I'm on harder settings and I spawn naked. I could have a respawn point, and then I could respawn inside of my base where it's habitable. So unless my base is no longer habitable, I can continue playing without dying. So at no point do you really like need to... You like, okay, I actually lose. I have to start a new save. You can kind of recover at any point in time, depending on your difficult settings. And play forever. So it's very much a sandbox, and you can control the difficulty. We have it as hard as we can do it, more or less. But even then, we're reaching a point now where I really can't die. If we're producing all of the water that we need to breathe and to drink and to eat, then there's nothing that can really kill me. And we're also air conditioning way more than we need. Relatively safe right now. So, it's very much a sandbox, and you just kind of set your own goals, do what you want to do. There's definitely more advanced mechanics and more stuff to do. We're still in the kind of mid-game phase. Getting very comfy. But not like... We haven't built a rocket yet. We haven't done big trading yet. We haven't done any outposts or any of the like deep mining. There's still a lot of stuff we can do. So it's kind of play however long you want, set your own goals. It's like a very painful Minecraft, sorta, with no creepers. That can be, I mean, it can be nice, you can play safe forever, and it can also be a little bit of a struggle of like, what should I do now? Gotta find your own goals. And the devs have been doing a good job of adding more advanced mechanics and more stuff to do at endgame. I think the dream for me, I would love to see... They already have rocket ships that you can fly and control. I would love to see a rocket ship where you actually like build the interior of it, and you have to make a habitat that'll keep you alive for time, and then you like go land on a foreign planet and try and set up camp there, and they have maybe some resources or technology or something. Actually force people to move and kind of start over again and face significant risk when they're out and about. Something sort of like Oxygen Not Included. They've got a great system for that. I think the best expansion system I've ever seen in any game. That would be amazing to see in this game. So maybe they'll pursue something like that. They're still technically in alpha, I believe, or like early game phase. This is we're still working on it phases. So they could do, who knows what they could do. They could do a lot. We will see. I love it though. In its current state, it's great. And they have been adding content at a rate that keeps me interested. It's definitely a fun one, and definitely one to, like, I enjoy picking up maybe once every 6 months, if not more. That's pretty common for games. Where you'll play them and kind of get bored, but they're still worth picking up occasionally. Or you just, you know, even games that are kind of done, you can still just replay it every once in a while. This has a good amount of replayability. This is fun. This has been a fun save. I've been enjoying it. But I could even, like, they just have the other planets with different start conditions. I go to, like, Europa and have kind of the opposite problem. This one's all about being way too hot. Europa's way too cold, which is, I think, a little easier to solve. But it's way too cold and solar power is weak, so it's a little different. Or Venus would be way too hot, but extremely high pressure. It's like just consistent conditions. And it's like 3 atmospheres at 400 Celsius at all times. So that's just, that in itself is difficult. Plus having different air composition. If I remember right, there's like volatiles are really difficult to get on Venus. You have to like set up a whole plant loop where you grow your own plants and then auto harvest them and then auto plant them and compost the results so that you can get some volatiles, and then you can use that to like create fuel and create water and get sustainability. So it's kind of like a whole different set of problems, a different approach. And they could pretty easily just throw out new islands. I mean, not easily, but very feasibly throw out new maps, new games to play with different start conditions, different struggles, resources, that sort of thing. They've also got, they got like a different race. You can be a robot if you want, which is easier, more or less. You just have to add power, if I remember right. They need to keep powered, but they could like go outside without a problem in this kind of crazy temperature. 232, so still just hovering around 230, 233. Okay, all good. They've got a Xyrillian dude. It's an alien who has a different atmosphere that he likes to breathe. So you have to keep volatiles instead of oxygen. And then if you're like in your greenhouses, the greenhouses will generate oxygen combined with the volatiles and make explosives. So you have to like be careful and keep a suit on in greenhouses and likely blow your shit up if you make any mistakes. It's got a good amount of depth and replayability in different conditions you can do. Alright, what am I doing? What's happening? I went down there to grab stuff, but I was too busy talking and forgot. We got, everything's plugged in, everything's programmed, so now we finished the chutes, so we can throw in a mining belt. The mining belt will go through, it will get unloaded, all of the ore is going to get pulled out, it's going to get sorted into the various sorters. They are going to all stack, not quite yet, that needs some adjustment, but they're all going to stack to 50, so no matter what you put in the device, you're going to get perfect stacks of 50 coming out of this side. And then we need to connect this to storage and to our furnace system. Okay, and then finally we've got like an else spot over here. So if it didn't match any of the filters, which will be like the belt or our mining tool, it's going to come out here. And this is our output that we need to reroute through the base. Okay, so let's think about this. I think I might have done the order wrong. Might want to adjust these. Nickel, lead, coal, cobalt, silver, silicon. Okay. I'm thinking most of these are going to get furnaced right away, but a couple of them we want to basically just stack and then return to the system. Like coal right now, we do want to stack it into perfect stacks of 50, so we want a stacker attached. But we don't want to plug it into our furnace or it's just going to disappear. Same with cobalt. So this should be coal. This should be cobalt. Okay. And then I got rid of nickel and lead. So you can be nickel. You can be lead. Okay, let's reprogram that. Coal goes to coal. Iron's good. Cobalt goes to cobalt. Oh, they put it at the very bottom. I didn't notice that. That's a great addition. That one minor change makes a huge difference. I can just drag the slider all the way down, scroll up a tiny bit. Nickel goes to nickel. That's so much better. Thank you, dice. Lead goes to lead. Okay, let me just double check real quick. Copper goes to copper, gold, gold, silicon, silicon, silver, silver, lead, lead, nickel, nickel, cobalt, cobalt, coal, coal, iron, iron. Okay. So that's reprogrammed, and then these last three, we just want to split off to stack and take those perfect stacks and recombine them. Yeah, what's your name? Nickel, cobalt, coal. It's just, no, not last three, last two. Cobalt and coal. Yeah. Okay, so we should be able to make a merger. Where's merger? I think I passed it. Is it called something different? It must be called something different. Junction. That's what it is. Junction. And then we'll click, we'll spin wildly. As is tradition. Motherfucker. So much spinning. There it is. We got it. Okay. So, this is just going to combine. We can combine these two inputs. And then we'll add one more right here to combine it as well. So these guys get pulled off. They get sorted. And they get immediately returned to the line, but in perfect stacks of 50 now. And then we can sort that further down the line. So this is basically like the final product chute, more or less. This is going to be the things that we want to continue and do a final sort on, where we will sort out all the ingots we want. We'll also sort out like the coal, sort out the cobalt, and feed it into vending machines in that perfect stack of 50. And then anything that doesn't make it through that, that's going to be the end of the system. That's what gets dumped into the base. So anything that doesn't get sorted at all isn't going to be targeted to be sent into a vending machine on the interior. Will come out the end and just drop down inside. That's the plan. Let's see how it goes. Alright, power's been going down. I'm going to turn this off because it's a power hog. I was just kind of running it to see what would happen. How's our water? 235. Looking good. Suit adjustment. Alright, so I needed more chutes still. I spent all of those chutes right away. They disappear so fast. Like I said at the beginning, we need tons and tons of chutes for this. That's why I bought 2 bags full of iron. Or not bought, but farmed. Same difference. I worked for. Here we go. Give me like 100 more. I will make them disappear. What else do we need? We're gonna need a big silo, which I think comes from here, right? The SDB silo. Give me a silo. I can throw one of those out now. I'm just gonna take my suit off. I should be taking my suit off more. It's too easy to do. And the dude gets happier. What else was I doing? I was thinking I wanted to get a advanced furnace, which means we need more copper and electrum. Let's throw some copper through. Looks like that is empty. Should just go straight through. Activate switches on. Copper, electrum. What else? How about a quick side quest? Do I have digital valves on me? I have 5 digital valves. Let's do a quick side quest to be sure that we don't accidentally blow our shit up. I need to tweak the coding we have out there and add an exhaust valve, an overflow valve. So that is going to take 2 of the digital valves, which we have. It's going to take a couple passive vents, which we have, some pipes, which we have. Then we just need to tweak the programming logic. I guess a little bit of wires, too. Do we have wires? I've been low on wires. No, we got wires. We're good. Okay, seems good. Side quest. Good morning. Now, how's this guy doing? First off, we can shut these consoles off, save a little power. Don't need them. I see no overpressurizing, so that's good. Still hanging at the threshold of the cooling, still tied well to the nitrogen with the added heat exchangers. What's the water supply look like? We have 8 megapascals of steam. 2 in here. 1, going all the way down to 600. And this whole thing is unloading. That's not great. So that whole guy is radiating every day, getting pumped through, and then getting cooled off, but it's probably coming through at this end extremely hot. It's at like 700 C, it's matching the outside, so that's bad. Alright, well, number is holding still. Number's going up very slowly, so we're okay. But yeah, this system is not great. Gonna have to just redo that whole thing. Much more simply, I'm sure we can do. Alright, you're fine. What about the overpressuring side quest? Let's take a look. First off, how's your pressure? You should be empty, because you're the cold tank. It's the hot tank that's getting filled. So, not empty, but it's targeting 39 megapascals, and it's sitting exactly there. So this guy's great. You are the problem. You are up to 50 megapascals. Okay, so maybe at like 55, we should depressurize. Let's take a quick look. Where's your code? Who runs you? There should be a chip next to you. Did I do a chip for both hot and cold at the same time? Is that what this is? Are we good? You don't have any vents on or anything? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Import edit. What's the code look like? Alright, so this is our code for pulling in air. It looks like it is managing the hot tank and the cold tank at the same time. We have a max pressure. This isn't a max pressure, this is a target pressure. Because we actually do need a max pressure now. Okay, so let's add a exhaust tank. Looks like we have enough. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got one more variable. We got exactly enough. We got one more variable. We can go into using like hashes and referencing things by hash, but we'll just use that last input is what I'm thinking. This should work fine. Anyway, we're gonna have one more last input here for our D hot tank exhaust valve, which is a bit of a mouthful, and also an exact label for what this thing is. We don't just want to say exhaust valve, because it could be either tank. Alias V, hot tank exhaust valve is on. Oh my. I ran out of breath there. That's too many words. Okay, so we're gonna add the hot tank exhaust valve so that we can exhaust air when we need to. We're gonna keep track of a boolean for whether or not we're going to exhaust any air from that hot tank. And then we're going to tweak target pressure so that's no longer max pressure, making room for a new max pressure, an actual max pressure, which will be 55 megapascals. So we'll leave like 5 megapascals of buffer between an explosion But we do want to actually, like, if we can fill it up to 55, that's great. It'll fill up to the target pressure, so it'll have a minimum of 39. And then if we add a bunch of heat and the pressure goes way up and we're at 55, keep that. That's fine. We don't want to do like 40 or something here. We actually want to keep that air. So we'll say max pressure is 55, and then we just need to add the logic for hot tank, or hot tank exhaust valve is on. That's going to be super simple one line. We will say hot tank exhaust valve is on as if the V hot tank pressure is greater than max pressure. Okay, and then finally, after we've computed that variable, we need to set the hot tank exhaust valve. So we will set hot tank exhaust valve on is going to be V hot tank exhaust valve is on. Boom. Boom. We're doing it. We're programmers. And that's going to break immediately because it's missing a variable, which we can add now. So we've got our hot tank. If we need to exhaust, we just do that right here. We'll add the valve right there. Just straight into a vent. And it shouldn't cause any explosions or anything. This is just holding hot air from the outside. So we'll just dump some hot air right back near where we collect it. Should work fine. Okay, those are put away. I need pipes. We should paint things orange. Plug that in. Alright, so there's our valve. We have it plugged in with pipes. This is hard. Managing inventories is hard. That's a true story. It's a lot of buttons. I wish I could read my brain sometimes. Okay, the other thing we need is a power line here to connect it to the circuits. So we'll bring some power through. And now we've got our hot tank exhaust line. Okay. So first off, I want to test this real quick. We are at 50.8. Let's tweak it. Let's say, just for the sake of testing, I'm going to turn this off. We're going to do 50 and see what it looks like. I'm pretty sure this is going to work, but it doesn't hurt to actually see it work. So let's change that to 50. Let's wire in our new exhaust valve, which I forgot to label. You are the... Nope. Fuck. Hot tank exhaust valve. Did that already knock it down to 50? I bet it did. No. Okay. Alright. So we've added this to the line, we've given it a name, and now we can read that here. That's the last variable, D5, which we can see is the D hot tank exhaust valve. So we rotate through until we get the hot tank exhaust valve. Alright, so now this should turn on a little bit, right? You should be opening. And it's not. This is why we test. Interesting. I did something wrong, I think. Hot tank exhaust valve is hot tank exhaust valve. Unless it already ran and hit the target pressure. Are you down to 50 now? It is 50.8. Okay. I think my programming is wrong. Let's take a look. Turn that off. Throw this down. Edit. We have max pressure at 50,000. Max pressure. Okay. We have the... We will set greater than in V hot tank exhaust valve is on. Is going to be if the hot tank pressure is greater than max pressure. What's hot tank pressure? Hot tank pressure is the hot tank pressure. Okay, so that's all looking right so far. Set D hot tank exhaust valve on to V hot tank exhaust valve is on. How about our variables? V, hot tank exhaust valve is on. R10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No overlap in variables. D0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all looking right to me. Are you sure you don't work? I feel like you should be working. You are working. Maybe I missed an export. Okay, so there, it exported down and then turned off when it hit the target pressure. And then let's go ahead and turn that back up again. Turn it up to 55 megapascals. There we go. So that's a quick side quest. That'll prevent any explosions as we're adding heat from the steam to the hot tank. And let us get a high pressure there. Alright, what else were we doing? Stuff. We were doing a merger. Junction. There we go. Junction here. Let's do a window there. It's not a bad idea. Okay. We've got our sorting now for our ores. All comes along. Here's our final product coming out here. Now we need to collect the things that we want to cook, which I think is basically all of this, right? Let's take a quick look. What are you? Nickel? Yep. Lead? Yep. Silver? Yep. Silicon? Yep. Gold? Yep. Copper? Yep. Iron? Yep. All these things, all these raw ores, we want to cook them. We want to run them through a furnace and turn them into iron, or actually usable ingots. Is that the right word, ingot? I'm not sure. Anyway, we want to make them into something usable that will then return to the final product line that we have going over here. So let's combine all of these dudes. I think we want to combine them like right down here. Let's pump it this way, and then we can feed it into a silo and a furnace, then the outline. Yeah. Raw material automation. It's very, very worth doing. It's going to save us a ton of time in managing furnaces and inventories. And once we get ore production, then we can just plug it straight in and immediately start processing it and sorting it and like dumping extra. It turns the game into a sandbox. I love that feature. It's one of my favorites. And it's relatively easy to do. You have to get to late stage of the game, but like on this map in particular, we have just the air collection, this hot tank. This gives us more than enough heat to cook anything. Like just the ambient temperatures in the day are enough to make steel and to melt all of the resources. So we don't have to spend fuel or anything. We can craft forever. If we make extra more than we need, then we can literally just dump it in the lava. Who cares? Works really well. Alright, what do I need? I need a silo, and I need a whole bunch of chutes. Also, we should probably clean out the inventories a teeny bit. Maybe not. We're gonna need sorters and stackers soon. I'm gonna keep those. Alright, did you make stuff? Did you make me a silo? You made me 2 silos. Whoops, and then we need a whole bunch of chutes. So make a bunch of chutes forever. That's what you were supposed to be doing, my bad. How's the suit? Dude's okay. Alright, so all of these guys are gonna come out and then down and then combine, move this way. Right here, we're gonna have perfect stacks of 50 for a whole bunch of ore. Like all of our ore here. So let's go ahead and plug that into a silo. I'm gonna just flip it wildly. Flip, 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 flip. Alright, rotate. Let's spit out this direction. That seems good. Plastic sheets. Screwdriver cable coil. Okay, turn that on. The silo here will just collect all of the resources. It's just kind of like a stack, basically. It'll keep them all lined up in a stack, and then we can dump them all out. Just a big buffer. So everything can sort through quickly. We can get all our ore sorted, and then we can dump our belts and our drill. Will go right back into the base relatively quickly. Big buffer here holding 600 stacks of 50. And then this guy will dump out those stacks and feed them into a furnace. So let's turn that on, get it plugged in. When we open it, it starts unloading, so we'll keep it shut for now. And once it's all plugged in, we'll just keep it open. This isn't what we're going to use to add stuff to the furnace. We can use a powered chute and just like toggle one thing at a time. Can I do that now even? I think we need some chutes. Let's see. So we got digital valve is what I'm looking for, if I remember right. Yeah. So we can just do something like this. Kind of want to face it the other way. There we go. Nope. Whoops. Rotate. Rotate. Okay. So this is what we can use to have the furnace automation add exactly one stack to the furnace at a time, so we don't accidentally combine our reagents and cause trouble. Okay. Seems good. Just add chutes. We need chutes to combine all of this. Go into there. And come out here and do a furnace. Alright, what else do we need? I know we need electrum, if I remember right. Let's manage the suit real quick and eat and drink. We can farm some electrum. We need an advanced furnace. I think we need more of the air chutes. 86 is probably not quite enough. Air chutes. Pipe is the right word there. Advanced furnace wants the electrum. Okay. Suit things, food, water.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen low. Oxygen
I want to eat a potato. Tempting. Let's collect the seeds at least. Have some backup seeds. We could eat a potato, but it's lower quality food. It's free food. This cake is so much better. Cake's gonna go bad too if we don't eat it. How you doing, potato? Potato damaged 1%. Don't you ever die. You're the first potato. I'm gonna devote a shrine to you. You're not allowed to die. I need to freeze nitrogen so that you can get deep frozen and never die. Where was I? It'd probably be nice to... We can just spend some time cleaning up in here too. Now we've got like wires running through the ceiling for no reason. This bottle filler should be swapped out for just like a water fountain. What does that take? What's a water fountain look like? Drinking fountain. Give me a drinking fountain. That sounds nice to have immediately. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Love it. Can I do that? It's not even gonna work. I think we have pipes in the way. Let's see. Where are my nerd goggles? We do like a curved pipe? I don't think so. This is blocked. This is blocked but easily fixed. Do I want to fix it? Do I care? Maybe. Almost. Sorta. Okay, so we eat right here. Let's just drink right here for now. Let's keep it simple. We can kind of refactor this whole area later. Doesn't need to be a huge change. And in fact, I might want to leave the water filler. I take that back. I don't know when I'm ever going to use it again. I think that thing's done. Can I do it upside down? Is this gonna bother me? Likely. Oh, you're on the wall. Technically, it shouldn't work if it's upside down. Unless this dude is extremely skilled at drinking water. No, they don't even let me flip it. I like that. Okay. You can't do it upside down. Alright, good to know. Where do I put you? Everything's so cluttered. I'm gonna do it here. We can do it there. That'll be fine. Let's move this just a teeny bit over. Delete some wires. Should be fine. That can go. You can move. What's your name? Room gas sensor. That's a very important sensor. Let's make sure you stick around. You are the room gas sensor. Okay. We broke the logic on this guy, and likely another circuit too. Turn that off. Where's room gas sensor? Right here. Room gas sensor. There we go. Are you broken? Yep. Room gas sensor. Okay. That's all fixed. We're doing it. Water fountain. Another side quest. Is it too high? Water fountain too high? Let's see what it looks like without my woo-woos. Dude, he can't reach. He can't. How could he drink? He could wash his hair a little. He's gonna fucking die. Alright, that's our new drinking method. Seems good. We got our cake and we got our drinky button. Oh, and it even makes a little cute... Oh, look, it makes a water fountain! Amazing. Well done, dice. Alright, what were we looking for? We need electrum here. Solder's low. Copper and steel are low. I think we have... We have like a shitload of solder, right? We have an infinite amount of solder. Take 100 solder. You need electrum. We've bought enough time to print like 1 billion shoots too. Grab those, plug those in, then go farm some electrum. That's power too. This is all gonna start drawing more power. Might need to add a little bit more. Looks like it's going up very slowly after running the furnace, but we can't leave the furnace running. We're about to turn on another. Anyway, these go that way. These go this way. Grab a wrench. There it is. That's tough work. I love the windows. They look so neat. But they're twice as expensive. We'll use them strategically in places like here. And here. This is the input up at the top. Output down here. We do window. Oh, we can't go straight through that. Come on, please. No. I'm gonna reroute the wire. I wanna do that. That's cleaner. Alright, getting closer. So we can now throw off our mining bag in our little chute. And then it will sort all of the ore. And the mining bag will get shot out this direction. Okay. Let's keep that moving. Need a couple more pieces here. We need another section of sorters to grab the final products, the crafted iron and not steel, but copper, all the various materials after they've been fed through a furnace. And then we need to plug this into a furnace. We could do a furnace even just like right here. It's probably okay. But this could be a little furnace-y area. I'm thinking we do a furnace right in the middle of this 1x1, and then we just weld it perfectly in the steel frame. So the furnace lives here. Stuff goes in, stuff comes out. And then it'll go down and reconnect here. Okay, so we need a furnace, and we need the programming for that. That's a big part of it. That program is not trivial. It's not too hard. It's not a lot worse than like the airlock. It's similar, where you just have staging based on conditions. But there's a lot of stages and a lot of conditions and a lot of room for human error. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the electrum that I was looking for. And maybe fill up a bag with stuff to just like dump in the... to get this thing like loaded and started. See, it does a little bit of sorting for us. Alright, can I move away from base? If I remember right, all the tunnels that we do around base, like anything within visual distance of it, render distance of it, is going to create more lag. We're like creating a bunch of tunnels that it's going to be rendering all the time while we're inside the base below us. So we might want to move away a little bit. I've probably already greatly increased the amount of lag on this save while we were doing the initial work to build that base around the base. Just gonna grab some stuff. We were short on copper. I think I'll fill a bag with just like iron and stuff. See it get sorted. But we mostly need gold and silver. Alright, I'm gonna farm some circles here, and I apologize for ads. Ads are coming. I can't decide. I'm tempted to do like 6 ads so that we have to do ads like once an hour instead of the minimum amount of ads, but having to do them like twice an hour. I'm not sure what's worse. More interruptions or longer interruptions? This is probably a good time for interruptions. Just gonna farm for a minute. Alright, just grabbing some stuff. This bag we can just dump into the sorting system and see some sorting. Let's get a stack or 2 of cobalt. One stack is good. Should see that come out the other end. Maybe a little bit of iron. Alright, and now let's get the bag for electrum in particular. Silver and gold. There we go. Got bags and bags and bags full of things and stuff. Pretty sure we live over here. Yep, looks good. Can you automate putting materials in crafters once they've been processed? So, yes, and I think there's ways that you can have some fine control there. For me, the way, basically the final product, what I usually go for is to just have vending machines. So right inside here, or we might want to like reorient stuff. We might want to move some machines around a little bit or something. But we'll have a wall of vending machines where there's one vending machine for every type of ore and ingot. Or not ore, only the ingots, the processed materials. So whenever you need anything in any of your crafting, you just run up and click the button and then throw it in the machine. That's good enough for me. I think you could, like, if you wanted to, you could write code to deliberately grab materials from different vending machines and have that get sent into a system where it gets delivered to like processing units, if you like the pipe vendor or whatever, and then they'll use that to craft stuff. Like I think you can get really complicated with it. That's all possible, and there's a little bit of an argument to be made for doing it, but it feels like it's doing it just for the problem solving sake of doing it more than anything. I really don't have much of a problem with like crafting something. More or less, I will keep excess materials in one of the machines, and usually it's just like you'll be out of something. So let's say like I want to craft chutes. I'm out of iron, so every chute is, or every stack of 50 iron is going to be like 5 chutes. So you just grab however many stacks you want, more or less, and plug them in. But it could be nice for things like cables or even chutes or things that you're making commonly, if you just had a couple dedicated vending machines to automate that process and have things ready to go all the time. That makes sense. That may be a fun thing to do in like super late game. It's definitely a lot of work compared to the reward for it, I think. Versus what we're doing now is relatively small amount of work to really simplify things. I'm just going to make it a lot better and allow us to make chain automation from like raw regents that need to be separated all the way to usable ore or usable ingots. Alright. So I wanted to test this. I want to just throw a belt through. We should see all of this get sorted and stacked, and we should see cobalt come out the other end, along with the along with the belt itself. So let's take a look. Catch the cobalt. What about the belt? Got the belt. Okay. Good. So that's all working as intended so far, I think. We see stuff getting split off and getting stacked appropriately and then fed into this machine. Oh, you're not open, are you? No, you're not open. Good. And we can see we now have 9 stacks of stuff ready to get smelted inside of the silo. When I pull this, it's going to start going through. We want to do the close thresholds at 1, so we're going to let one thing through for every click. Turn that on. Let's test that real quick. I'm going to save just in case. But we've got one, we should let one stack through. And then it should back up. Okay, looks good. So that's correct. Basically, every time we click this button, we can send a signal here for like, go ahead and give me another stack. If we want to process another stack, we'll programmatically send a signal to the chute. Just click this button once, it's going to let one stack through, and then it's going to clog it again, block it off. So that's looking like it's working good, except you have 2 things? You are coal and silicon. What the fuck? What is this, dice? What's going on here? They can't do that. What happens if I click the button? 1 comes out. You're fine. You're just visually messed up. You're just rough to look at. I'm gonna ignore you now. Okay. Looks good. Processing is working, sorting's working. We need an auto furnace set up. So let's go ahead and process the stuff we just gathered. And maybe program a furnace. It's almost time. How is our water supply? 135, 235. Okay, that's great. So it's just been treading water the whole time. How's my water fountain? Oh my god. Technology. Everything's looking good, and our power usage is going up in a bad way, so that's something to keep an eye on. Alright, I'm gonna run some copper straight through. Might not be hot enough. Let's exhaust some of that gas. Add some hot gas. Temp go up. Hot steam is helping. It's nice to have a higher upper end. Useful. Okay. Copper's gone through. It is empty. Let's do... We need just a little bit of straight up gold. So I'm just going to run a tiny bit through. Okay, and then I'm going to shut it off. No more activate switch, so we're going to start letting the regents pile up. I'm going to save just in case. This is pretty idiot-proof, but let's make some electrum. It is 1-to-1 ratio of silver to gold. It's going to combust and make absurd amounts of heat and pressure. So the thing to look out for here is don't blow up the furnace. Also, this would have been a great thing to use to either like capture this in a hot tank, or we could probably smelt some fancy ore off of this. I'm gonna exhaust some of that heat. Or some of the pressure, I mean. Just waiting for everything to melt. I wrote a IC code that uses a dial to let me specify how much of something the machine makes. That's a good idea. I've heard of that. That's a good idea for the Stirling engines. I might want to do that too. That's already something we have going. We have the cold air there and the hot air there. So we could immediately plug that into Stirling engines to deal with our power problem and to help out during the weird seasons when things get wonky. That's a good idea. Alright, so we are good on our regents. This thing is full. Now we have to hit a target pressure. So we start exhausting. We turn the activate switch on. The second we go by, I think like 2 megapascals, it should relieve it. We also got fine controls here if we want to, but I don't think we need them. I think we should be able to just hit the target. Flop. Looks good. Put these guys away as they roll away. Alright, now all of that was for a little bit of testing, but mostly so we could get an advanced furnace going. Craft me 1 advanced furnace, not 2. While that's going, I can take a look at, we can make anything up above. If I remember right, we ran out of chutes. There's some chutes. I don't think we're going to need a silo anytime soon, so I'm going to throw that in the wall. Got chutes, a bunch of sorters and stuff. I don't know if we need doors anytime soon either. Pretty rare we're making an airlock. And we actually don't really want to make airlocks for the most part anymore. I pretty much want every part of what we build, at least in this area, or even extensions. We want it all to be like breathable and air conditioned, so we don't have to wear a suit, ideally. You're good, dude. You're not dying. Unless you are. How's the oxygen and everything looking here? Oxygen is up to almost 40 moles. CO2 down to 77%. I want to breathe. I'm tired of not breathing. I mean, we are breathing, it's okay, but I'm tired of the breathy effect and just generally having a bad ratio of oxygen to carbon dioxide in here. I'm going to change my programming slightly. Let's import the code we have. I think we changed it to 75%. Let's go like all the way down to 60%. That's going to slow down our production of fuel. We're not going to be pumping any oxygen out of this room. It's going to take a long time, or, you know, days. Not a huge amount of time. A couple days, it'll convert that carbon dioxide to oxygen, and then once the ratio is low enough, it'll start adding more, and we'll start seeing some oxygen entering the fuel system down below. We can check on that. I think we're okay. We're generating enough water, and we had like 3 or 4 megapascals of fuel already in like a giant container, so that's not bad. Alright, what am I doing? We got our furnace. Our furnace is going to need some pipes. We got some pipes. We can plug that in. Our furnace is going to need programming. We have IC chip. We have housing. Our furnace is going to need nothing else, I think. It's a really simple setup. We'll have a furnace. We'll have to program it. That's the tricky bit. And then we'll just plug in the hot air as the input, and we'll just exhaust the cold air. We can just dump the cold air if we wanted to. We could plug it into the exhaust system we have over here so that we could capture the nitrogen. I think we've got enough nitrogen in the line. I'm not too keen to collect that, so we'll just dump that into the environment. And then that's it. That should be pretty easy to do. Alright, let's go. You play as robot, it feels like cheating. Yeah, because you're cheating. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. You can play the game however you enjoy, if that's fun. I like the challenges. We did the hardest difficulty here, the brutal start with stationary difficulty on like the hardest planet. This is also like the most interesting one, in my opinion. That's the fun of it. And I'm doing no respawns, not allowed to die. I am save scumming though. If it wasn't for save scumming, I think I would have already lost this save like 2 times. For some pretty silly stuff too. I remember one time when I was expanding this hab, and just like, what was it? It was when we started out with a much smaller base, like a teeny little base there. So when I was like making this big shell and blowing out the walls, I missed a roof like right here. There was just a cladding that looked like a roof. So when I let the oxygen in, the volatiles combined and everything caught fire, and just the whole entire base became a gigantic fireball. If I was hardcore, that would have been the end of the save. That could have been it. So I don't want to be that hardcore. That's a little too hardcore for me. I'm having too much fun to throw it all away with like one small mistake, but at the same time, no respawns is a challenge. We almost died in the beginning. We were really close. It can be tough. Alright, what else do you need? Welding torch. But yeah, I would definitely recommend playing with different harder settings. And like the alien dude's pretty fun as well. Keep the game spicy. Alright, furnace. Let's turn everything to 0. Turn it on. Plug it in with wires. Should probably just go through the crack here. That looks nicer. Alright, you're gonna get a housing. You're gonna get a programming chip. You need air. You need exhaust air. You need input air. Let's see, which one's this? Input, output. Okay, so output can be super simple. We can just go like straight up. Where did I put that? There we go. Like right here. Oh, it's not gonna work. Let's do right there is fine. So output just leaves. We'll just vent here. This is gonna be hot gas. It should actually. I'm gonna point it at the sky. And just in case it's shooting straight up flames, which is gonna happen. Let's make sure we're not blasting anything important. I don't want that going towards that stuff. But like when we cook gold or silver, then it's gonna be combining with the hot volatiles and creating fuel and exploding. So there's a really good chance that unless we add some code to like make sure that it's done cooking and the pressure and temperature like going down before we start venting. Unless we do that, which is too many lines of code, too much thinking. This thing is going to frequently be shooting fireballs, so let's shoot fireballs into the sky, and that's going to be fucking sick, dude. We're going to shoot fireballs someday. In fact, I'm tempted to, like, route that over here, just so we can see it. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do it. It's worth the effort. It's time for fun things instead of smart things. Let's shoot fireballs at ourselves a little bit. Oh yeah, I'm excited to see this. Someday there's going to be fireballs, and I'm probably going to forget that I did this and start panicking. That has happened before. I've gone, oh shit, fire, and then investigated, only to be like, oh yeah, it's supposed to do that. Alright, cool. All good. Oh yeah, completely unnecessary. This should do. Almost. How do I want to do this? If I do it this way, is it gonna damage my base? Just flamethrower my own base? I'm super tempted. It's a horrible idea. Should I do it? No. Self-control. You just vent in the sky is okay. We'll just do this. This is okay. This is close enough. This is almost pretty. We'll vent in the sky so we don't blast any poor astronauts who are flying below, aka future me.
Hunger caution.
Love it. We've got a little flamethrower over here. Fantastic. Okay. So every once in a while, when we're cooking silver and gold, we'll get a flamethrower. Now I'm gonna test this by, we'll go farm a bag of silver someday and just cook it. All right. Anyway, where were we? Let's keep going. We need to do the hot gas. Needs to get plugged in, so we can just pull straight from the hot gas tank and route that up. It's like the 10 pipe is so hard to align. It's like a time saver that wastes time almost. Okay, so this is our input gas. Let's route that. I'm going to do that in the ceiling a little bit too. Move it over a bit and go up. Let's just go to the exact same level. It's getting tricky. Jetpack's not working there. falling. Okay. Alright, so we've got our input gas here. Pressure is dangerously high, it says. Should be 55, right? Is it 50? Good. That is great. And the temperature is still just going up. We're up to 1200 now. That's great. That's definitely helpful. It's like double what it used to be. The steam is adding a huge amount of heat. Alright, what else? We got the power going in, we got the input, we got the output. There's no liquid. We need the chutes, which I will make out of glass. Okay, so there's the input, goes in, output goes out, then routes down and over. Oh, I need more chutes. Okay. Let's flip that. Alright, so here's our output. Once we have successfully farmed something, turned it into a usable ore, is a more proper way to say that, we will remerge with the main final product line here. Which will then come down, and we'll have to add another series of sorters into a series of vending machines, which is all relatively easy to do. Alright, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking anything else we need here? I don't think so. I think this is it. I think we're already ready to weld it shut. And then we could maybe add some consoles to keep track of what's going on in it if we want to. I think if you put it in the perfect spot, it just barely extends out in front of the frame, and you can still like see everything and interact with it without leaking any heat. That would have been better, but look how perfect it is right in the center there. Look how it all lines up so nice. I'm not fucking with that. Alright. Goodbye, I love you. Good luck. You're in a little black box. It's not a black box, it's gonna be a red box. I need to make signs.
Oxygen critical.
Make signs.
Oxygen critical.
Not you. Probably you. Auto lathe. Sign. Yeah, give me some signs. Signs are iron. Iron is cheap. Eat and drink and check the water. One, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 4. Still just hovering. That's a good spot to be. Don't mind. Excuse me. Excuse me. Lost a fight with a sneeze. Can I do a sign if we don't have cladding there? Can I do that? And then put this cladding back. Yeah, good. First, I might label it. Nice. Oh yeah, that's art. Just in case you forget to live, laugh, love. There's your reminder. Don't forget to live, laugh, love. That should be purple. Much better. Oh yeah, now this is a home. Big home energy. What about some, give me some more claddings. I gotta finish this little section of wall that's not matching. One, two, three, four, five, six. That's nothing. Much better. Beautiful. It's getting better. It's a little better every day. It's feeling more homey. It's gotta live, laugh, love on the wall. Oh yeah. A little bit of wires sticking out everywhere. That's not good. Someone should tell the landlord. We're supposed to do something about that. It's not legal to have wires sticking out everywhere. Anyway, where were we? Signs for live, laugh, love. I remember.
Oxygen critical.
God damn it. This game's hard. I'm doing my best. Let's try that again. The little white thing needs to be on the bottom. Labels. Useful. Labels and compliments. Nope. Comments. Compliments too. Labels and compliments and comments. I recommend. All are helpful. Okay, there's our furnace. Got our logic for it. Let's see. What are we doing here? I think this is it. As far as the auto furnace goes, the setup is completely done. Except we need to do the programming. That's a big chunk of it. That's the most interesting part. But we've got all our sorting done, does all the stacking, gets loaded into the silo, is controlled into the furnace by a single button, which we can use with assembly code. And then the output comes along. Okay, so we need to get the output section set up with sorting. And then we are good to turn it on. I don't want to turn it on before we get that, because it's gonna start cooking things and then just shitting ingots out into the ocean of lava, which is not where I want them to go. So we gotta decide where we want to put the various vending machines, and I should count. How many vending machines are we going to want here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 vending machines. We need to live in our base somewhere. We need a wall of vending machines. What's it take to make 9 vending machines? I'm guessing a lot.
Oxygen critical.
Bunch of gold each. Some steel, bunch of electrum. Okay. There's the electrum. There's some gold. There is our last bit of steel. That's enough to make a couple. Mostly we need a ton of gold here. Let's go grab some gold.
Oxygen critical.
Let's move a little away from the base. When do you stop rendering? That's where we should start farming. Do you just render forever? Oh, it's still visible. Uh-oh. Alright, well maybe getting away from the rendering is too much to ask. It's not terrible. Gotta fly for like 30 seconds. But this shouldn't create any more lag. In theory, if that even matters. We need a little bit of electrum. We need mostly gold. It's like 50 gold per machine. We need 9 of them. So we need a bunch of stacks of gold. We're out of steel too. Probably should do a bag of steel. Let's try and keep those separate. Ooh, are you going to be in the lake of lava? Am I going to just immediately start diving into lava? I'm going to save before I go lava diving. The level of lava is just a mystery. Who knows? They usually put ore down below the lava line. So you just go straight in if you're not paying attention, especially with the X-ray goggles. It's focused on the squares instead of the terrain. I like the idea of Stirling engines for power. I don't think I've done that. Ooh, now that I mention it, we should add a Stirling engine for sure to our water production line. That'll just like be free cooling and it'll generate a bunch of energy. We can cool off that hot steam with the outside temperature at night. Free cooling. That's a really good idea. That's easy to do. Alright, is this enough? What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 stacks. I think that's probably enough of that. We can look for a little more gold, but let's start getting a little bit of steel as well. So coal, I don't think we have much at home anymore. Some iron. There's lava. Sketchy, sketchy. Got a little wall of lava here. I didn't know it has different vertical levels. It's like a volcano or something. I hope we don't run out of jetpack. Now would be a very inconvenient time to run out of jetpack. Ah, storm 2. Uh-oh. Could make going home a little tricky. I think our hard suit is stronger than the storm. I think we can use the tracking beacon to find where home is since we can't see. And just power through it. How about our jetpack? How's our jetpack doing? 7,000. Okay, we're actually pretty low on jetpack here. Let's go ahead and chill for a second. I'm gonna turn off the nerd goggles. Let's make sure we get home. This is going to use a lot of fuel when we're fighting the storm. And we're a decent ways from home here. Already got the tracker cartridge in there. That's good to see. We can switch to tracking and scroll to home. Follow the arrow. Not too far away. Should be just fine. I see it. It's home. It's like the North Star, except I don't know what the North Star looks like, but maybe that. We did it. Good to have beacons. How's the air in here doing? Should be converting to oxygen. We're up to 20% oxygen, 76% CO2. It's going down super slow. Not surprising. We have less plants. Okay, all good. Where was I? Now's a good time to use power. We're generating a ton with the storm. Not that that's particularly important, but it'll fill our batteries at least. Alright, I'm just gonna throw this iron through. What's our iron look like? We have enough for 1 stack of steel and a little bit of just plain old iron. Alright, there's that. Turn this off. Steel is 3 parts iron, 1 part coal. And now that we're about above 150, we can activate, and at 200 it should finish crafting. So there's 200 steel, that helps. Let's just run a bunch of gold through. I think we've got enough electrum. How much electrum do you need? Oh, you need 50 electrum each. We need a lot of electrum. So we've got 200 electrum. That's gonna make like 4, but we're gonna need more electrum too. This is vending machines are extremely gold heavy. I'm gonna start with just running all of this through. We'll do electrum later. We'll just make a ton of gold. I think we can delete all of this already. Might as well. Is this the end of the cake? 11%. Cake is strong. Cake OP. And we got a mountain of food. And we got our potatoes potatoing along. And we even got some chocolate bars, some eggs, got all sorts of stuff. Feeling strong. Okay, all done cooking. I think we can pretty much dump all of that into the electric machine. What's your name? Electroprint. The electric rectangle. And I gotta decide, where do I want to put all of the sorting and all of the storage? Where should the ores pop out? Maybe over here? That's like the only area that's not too clogged up yet. We could even put them up a little higher. We could do like a wall of vending machines, like right here, up a little higher. And then we could, you grab what you need and just like throw it down. It's not a bad idea. It's gonna get in the way of our beautiful base, but this is also, it's not just beautiful. It's supposed to be utility. We want to make something that's really easy to work with. We could have like a wall of vending machines there. These could get deleted. The vending machines are going to take their place. With that in mind, they could be lower probably too. We could just have them right on the ground. It would be pretty convenient. I think I want to do that. I think I want to adjust these guys. Let's move these over just a little bit. I still want to have some shelves for now. Particularly, I think we're always going to want some shelves for like when we're going to craft something. So maybe we put those closer to here. One more. And then we can do the line of machines right there. So if you need resources, you just run up, grab stuff from the machines. Then you can drop it in crafting right here, or if the advanced furnace here. All very short movement to move stuff around. It's all like right at your fingertips. Should be convenient. I think that seems good. How are the wires? Are the wires going to be in the way of this? I don't think so, actually. I think we have pretty minimal wires running through the walls right now because they're running through my ceiling right in front of my eyeballs. Yeah, we have no wires. That's because I'm not using the right chip. Let's try that again. Alright, we've got pipe, but no wires. Okay. And pipe is easily moved. We need 9. Ooh. I mean, we can do it. Each of these is like a full tile. How many tiles is this? I guess I can just count, just read the wall. That's easier. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like perfect for the entire wall. But everything's in the way. Damn, okay. I think I'm gonna put it... We could just have like a 1 tile long right in the middle there. And then you grab what you need and chuck it. Or even like right in this kind of corner section. So it's not blocking this. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm not super happy with it. It's gonna be a little cluttered. Do I want to do that, or do I want to just physically expand the base a little bit? We could bring out the wall a tile or two. And then preserve the space down here. I almost don't want that because I want to like shorten the distance of moving items. Okay, I think I'm going to do that. I think this is fine. We'll see if it's ugly. We can do something like this. Ooh, that's already ugly. That's pretty ugly. I didn't realize you could do these different shapes too. That's something I've not ever played with. It's a pretty foundational mechanic I've been missing out on. Okay. Well, that already looks a little nicer. Oh, they got the corner I wanted. Something like that, maybe. And the vending machines could live along the wall. We could do this too. Ooh, we could put them like half in the wall. That's kind of tempting, actually. That would save space. We could maybe get rid of like this intersection. I'm thinking maybe we do it like that. Something basically move these two, one tile left. Put the wall out here. And then we can have the vending machine can like peek in through the wall. Just have like the face of it inside. I wonder if that matters. I wonder if this thing's gonna exchange heat through the wall, would be my concern. But that could work nicely. That would save space. Maybe fuck it. Maybe something like this is okay. Without cluttering the outside of the base too much.
Jetpack low.
No, I think we do want to do it that way. I want to put it outside. We can have the sorting right behind it as well. And then we can have the sorting run along that wall. And then plug into vending machines, which have their face barely inside of the breathable area. I think that's what I want to do. That seems reasonable. Jetpack low. Jetpack full. Water fountain. Amazing. Okay, I think that seems good. So for that, we're going to want to pull these apart. Similar. You just do the corner one. What is it? Side. There. So it'll be like this, with the face of the vending machine just barely poking through. So you can click a button and it'll poop something right there, and you can throw it down. I think that's what we're gonna do. Something like that. And that is a little less intrusive into the space. I feel like I should do this for consistency. Nah, I'm gonna leave it. At least for now. Okay. Now, if we want to do a steel tile on the other side, that means that this needs to be welded, and then it will make a face so that we can remove the window. Okay. I should have a corner one in here. Can't stand there. What about crafting? What? Steel frame is just like a welding torch and a frame. Yeah? Unless these guys are different. Angle grinder to deconstruct is not what I want. I'm looking to weld. Anyone know? Is this bugged? What's going on here? How can I not weld you? Should just be steel frames with steel sheets to make steel wall side thing in a beautiful triangle shape for maximum triangle. Are you gonna make me make this a rectangle? Don't make me make this a rectangle. I like your beautiful triangles, game. Come on. What if I got a new battery? Maybe this is my unlucky battery. Let's get a blue battery. No? Come on. Damn, that's not working. I might have to just do a straight rectangle, which is okay. It's the same thing, but it looks worse. That's unfortunate. I'm surprised that's the case. Can I weld this one, maybe? I just want to see. Angle grinder to deconstruct. No welding allowed. Okay, well, I give up on that. Let's just make them boring rectangles then. That's fine. Same thing. Gotta weld them. Can't leave them as a frame. These are the... we could leave them as a frame now that I think about it. But at least for now, they need to be a wall so that we can remove the windows and make room for a frame on the other side. But once we got a frame right there, we could swap these back out for just an unwelded frame. That's kind of tempting. I might do that. Maybe not, because then it's going to look kind of mediocre. Even with this, we can at least, like, paint them or put cladding on them or something. Speaking of which, might as well paint it now. How's a nice purple? Purple is the theme for the walls. Look at that purple. Purple and black looks pretty nice. In fact, it matches the ceiling. There we go. Okay. Let's head outside and remove the windows. I will save just in case I make a mistake here. But these guys should be ready to go. You just pop that right out, no problem. Those are going to need to be removed as well. Okay. Ankle grinder. Good, that seems right. And we can just extend some flooring here. It's probably gonna need to be 2 wide, maybe even 3 wide. We can do our sorting over here and grab whatever. What's up, kitty? Who's a kitty? You're so good. We do our sorting here and then feed that into vending machines. Didn't I say this was going to take 2 hours? 3 hours. Still not done. It's going pretty quick. Got to do the programming. That's going to be a fun part. Alright, ran out of the frames. Okay, so these guys will just peek through exactly like that. Just like one tile. Then let's try and run them into each other more or less. Save room. And with that in mind, the corner here might be tricky. We need to put 2 of them in the corner. Without making them bump against each other too ugly. Let's see, what's the front look like? It's got a button on the right. Okay, so this guy can't get blocked. That's all I'm thinking. Maybe that. Something like that.
Oxygen critical.
Need more steel frames. Got plenty of steel. Need more steel sheets. Start with the frames. I'm gonna use the bathroom and run ads here while those are crafting. Back in a second. Water fountain. Wow. Okay. Live, laugh, love. Don't forget to live, laugh, love. In case you forgot. Live, laugh, love. We finally get to finish the cake. 2%. Alright, how we doing? What do you need for vending machines? Nothing. Why did you stop making vending machines? Mystery. Let's feed it some more stuff. We need tons of machines. We're gonna need some steel sheets. A bunch of those. Could start working on the furnace programming too. Let's see. Let's edit. Let's load the code that we had for the airlock. I think is going to be the closest thing. I'm going to save this now as... Ooh, furnace. Nice name. Auto furnace. Confirm. Then I'm just going to delete like everything. Is there like a faster way to delete? Does anyone know hotkeys? This is not the best IDE. It's pretty good. It's impressive. But a little bit difficult sometimes. Clearing out some code I don't want. Just a little bit. Hey, oh, you're so cute. I just cleared something I want to. My bad. Kitty, I love you so much. No, I'm not gonna feed you even if you're cute. Let's try that again. I want to keep a couple of these. We don't want this one. Did I grab the right? Oh my god. Come on. Let's try that again. I wanted to keep the stages. We don't want to have the vents. We do want to keep this stage. Don't want to have any of these guys. Gonna get rid of those. Let's see. No hashes. Oh, we did want that. No control Z. Damn. Move the stage. Stage idle. It's code that we do want. But we'll start in the idle stage. Alright, we got some code for branching based on staging. can remove pretty much all the code here. Just want some basic examples of like stages, which is very little. Probably would have been faster to start with nothing, go from there. Okay, but it's going to be, so it's similar to the airlock code. The way the airlock works is it has different stages. So it'll start in like an idle stage, and then when it detects that someone steps on a pressure pad, it goes into an emptying stage. And then once it's emptied to a vacuum, it goes into a completion stage. And then once the user has stepped off of the pressure pad, it goes back into that first idle stage to start it all over. So this is a pretty similar general idea to a furnace, doing completely different tasks, but still using that same core mechanic of like staging. We want to have a stage for when we're idle. We want to have a stage for when we're, let's see, we can walk through stages now. What stages do we have? We have an idle stage. We have a melting stage, perhaps? Is that the right word? Melting? Smelting, maybe? Smelting phase. So this is when we're going to be melting everything down. We want to have a completion phase, where we have smelted everything, but we need to actually finish crafting the recipe. It could be that we smelt stuff, but like if it's silicon, for instance, that requires a pretty high temperature. So maybe we get done with the smelting, everything's been smelted, but our temperature is too low to actually complete the crafting on the ingot. If that's the case, then we want to go into the completion stage here, where we're going to just sit and like add more heat until it can actually craft, and then it will release the ingot, let it go, and go into stage emptying. So general pattern for the furnace, we're going to have an idle stage where nothing's happening, we're just chilling. Something that's going to come in, we'll have one pack of 50 come in, then we'll be into stage smelting. That's going to add a little bit of heat, it's going to smelt everything down. We'll wait till we see all 50 has been smelted. We'll go into stage completion, or we could probably combine these. It could probably just hover until it's done, and then go into stage emptying, where once it's completed, it's raised to the correct temperature and released the ingot. Then it will empty. Do I even want to empty? Yeah, we should probably empty. It should depressurize for the most part, I think. Otherwise, it'll eventually get too high of a pressure, although we could just be managing that deliberately on our own. But just generally speaking, like, we don't need to be too considerate here about being wasteful with our gas. This is just hot air from outside. And we're just collecting this every day. We have an infinite supply. So we can bring in some hot air, do the smelting, dump it all out in case it got cooled off a bit, because it added a bunch of off-gassing from whatever ore went through it. That could work. Just thinking maybe we always want to have some air in there, and then we just like raise the temperature when appropriate, because we could have some air in there and then just like, we don't need to empty, we just keep pushing stuff through it. We do that all the time when we're manually using the furnace. We just keep throwing shit in, and the air in there is so hot that it's fine. It's not going to have any trouble. So maybe like when we get below a certain temperature threshold, we go into a heating stage where we will off gas and then bring in some new hot gas to make sure that we always have a pretty high temperature. I kind of like that idea. Just thinking, how do we want to do this? We got options. All right. Let's maybe make a stage heating. We can delete it if we need. And we'll also probably, I'm sure I'm missing stuff. We'll figure it out along the way. This is going to take a little bit of tinkering, not a ton. But we'll need to do some stuff here. I heard you stop working. Did you make things? You made some things. That is some things. We could probably use more than that. Let's get another thing of things going. Are we out of steel? You got steel? Give me some more things. We got some of these. Now running out of electrum. You make some more of those. And we play with code. Alright, so I'm just thinking, like, how does this work? So we start in stage idle, and I am going to physically kickstart it by clicking the button myself. So we're going to do that once at the very beginning, and then it should get going. So in stage idle, it's just waiting for something to come in. Let's look at advanced furnace. What are the various things we can look at? We got a lot here that we can look at. I'm thinking particularly, I know the regents are the number of regents in the machine, which might be all we need. It's just wait for regents. I'm wondering if it's if we can see like the amount that's been not processed at all compared to the amount melted. I think at basically any temperature it's going to start processing. So we should see, even if it's like really cold, it's been idle up there for a long time, it should never get below 130. That's the temperature of its surroundings, I would think. So that when something goes in, the regents are going to start going up. Do we even need this stage? This is mixed in to stage smelting. Let's start with stage smelting. I'm not sure if we have an idle phase, is all I'm thinking. This might be unnecessary. It's just jumping straight into smelting. We could do idle. I'll add idle. We'll have both. That's fine. VQ, V stage, idle. Or nope, V stage is going to be stage, idle, which is stage, idle. Stage, idle is stage, idle. J main. So we will load the regents and use that to drive here. The regent count. Okay, so we're gonna need to keep track of the regents. Alias V regents. Or even regent count. I'm just gonna say regents to match what's in the API. It's gonna be R14. We'll start this as R15. We're going to need to plug into our furnace. So that's going to be D furnace, which is D0. What other devices are we going to have here? We're going to have our powered chute, which is like a powered valve, powered chute valve or something. I think powered chute is a fine name for it, but I think this is the only devices we have. Otherwise, we're just grabbing air from the outside or from the pipes that are plugged in without any thinking about it. And we can control all that with the furnace. Just the input and output are programmatically controlled for when it's pulling air in or letting air out. Okay, so we've got our two items. We've got our furnace. We've got our powered chute. We're going to capture the regents. So we'll go down to load vars. We'll say load into V regents, the D furnace. Regents. Okay. What else do we want from here? The temperature, probably the pressure. Yeah, we'll need to keep track of pressure and temperature. So we'll say load V pressure is going to be D furnace pressure. Load V temp is going to be D furnace temperature. Okay, those need to be variables. We will have alias V pressure. It's going to be R13. Alias V temp. It's going to be R12. Okay. Let's convert the temperature to Celsius. Since we always do that across all our code, we generally just think in Celsius. So we'll say that's in C. And we need to do the conversion here. Subtract. So we will store that into vtemp. 273.15. So we take vtemp from the furnace temperature, we subtract 273.15 from it to convert to C. Okay, now we've got the regents, the pressure, and the temperature in Celsius. So down in stage idle is just going to say if the regents are 0, then just do nothing, just stay in stage idle. So let's see, what is it, BEQZ, I think. Branch if equal to 0. So if the V regents are 0, then we're going to go ahead and branch back to main. Okay. And otherwise, we're going to enter line 29. So as we go through our code, let's just start off very basic. So we're starting in the initialization, we're making our devices, we're making our variables, we're defining our constants. We have a bunch of different stages, which are all just corresponding to a number. We're going to hard code stage idle to start at, so we prime this thing with stage idle. And then we go into our main function. Main's pretty much just going to loop and jump to the appropriate stage, and that's where we have all our thinking. So that's all main's doing. Main will yield, it jumps to load variables, to load all our variables, which we just set up here. That's going to load the regents, pressure, temp, whatever variables, whatever booleans will compute down here. Okay, so it's just like get all the data up to date, basically. And then depending on the stage, it'll do different functionality. So for our first stage of stage idle, we're going to jump into here. And we're going to branch if equal to 0. So if the number of regents is equal to 0, then we're going to go ahead and go to main. Might even want to say less than equal to 0. Is that a thing? Probably. Or it would just be branch if less than 0. If regents are less than 0. Did I do branch less than 0? Okay. That's a thing. Good. Is that a thing? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, just if it's negative somehow, it's never going to be negative, but just in case. Branch if less than 0. If the number of regents is less than 0, then we go to main. Okay. What else? I think is part of the warm-up, or as part of the start, we might need to warm it up. Particularly for, like, right now, it's at 0. And when we put regents in there, there's going to be 0 pressure, so they're not going to be able to start melting. So I might want to do like a hard, you might want to like open the valve as it's booting up. Anyway, sorry, I'll do that in a second. So let's finish the logic for stage idle. Stage idle is going to wait until the regents are greater than 0, which means that something is entered and it started melting. Okay, if that's the case, then we're going to reach line 30, and so we're going to just change the stage. We will say move the stage, we'll call it stage smelting. So just sit in the idle stage, don't do anything, don't add any heat, just sit there, don't do anything until something is entered and started melting. And at that point, we're going to move into stage melting, and we're going to start handling, processing that, making sure that the temperature stays high enough until we've reached everything being melted, the count of regents being 50, and then we can go into the smelting, or into the completion stage, where we work on making sure it's hot enough to actually finish. Okay. Seems good. This is a start. What else are we gonna have? We should probably have like a max temp, or a max pressure, which shouldn't be crazy, I don't think. Let's say maybe we could do like 50,000's okay. I'm just thinking, when is it ever gonna get that high? But this is, it blows up at 60 just like a pipe, I believe, maybe a little bit higher. So we're gonna say don't let the max pressure get above 50 kilopascals, or 50 megapascals. That should keep us in a safe spot. That's for eventual though. Let's see, I'm gonna want to boot up the furnace, and we only need to do this once ever, I think, but I'm gonna do it. So for that, we're gonna take a look at the furnace. It's got like an input that we can set, I think. It's got the input and the output that we can manually control, is what I'm thinking. At least I very much hope so. Setting output, setting input, good, okay. So as part of boot up, we're gonna move into defurnace, setting input. Is that correct? Is that with a capital S? Okay. Move defurnace, setting input 10. We're gonna do 10 out of 100, just to let it put a teeny bit of gas in there. Then we're gonna say sleep for 1 whole second, which is like a couple ticks, so we'll let in a little bit of gas. And then I'm going to, oh, this is wrong, it's not move, it's set. That would have been bad. Or I don't think it would have mattered, it wouldn't have done anything. So we're gonna set the input dial for allowing gas to come in to 10. Just allow a teeny bit of gas to come in, wait for 1 second, and then we're gonna set it to 0. So this is part of an initial boot up phase. Okay. So now, including this very first time where we're booting it up from a complete vacuum, it's gonna have at least a little bit of gas in it for sure. Which means that we should get the reagents to start melting. Okay, where were we? We have our stage idle is going to... Let me snooze some ads, no ads. Get out of here, ads. Nice try. Get out of here. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Okay. So stage idle is good. Stage smelting. Stage smelting is just going to sit here, and it's going to smelt until we are... we have all 50 of them melted. I'm just trying to think, is it ever going to stop smelting? I wonder if we'll ever get cold enough that it could stop smelting. I'm gonna hope no. Let's just wait until the number of reagents. Maybe we have like a min temp. Seems reasonable. We might even be able to factor that in to avoid doing this, and to always be sure we have a correct amount, or a decent minimum temperature. So let's say the min temp is 200 Celsius. Since our hot air is going to be really hot, this should be easily achieved. This should be enough that things are at least melting. So if it ever hits it gets below this point, we're going to need to add some heat. Okay. Heating. How much should heating heat? How much should heating heat? Thinking of what we want to do here. Let's add a stage for it first. We've got our idle stage, we've got our smelting stage, we've got our heating stage, which should be stage heating. Okay. I don't think we have stage emptying. Let's call this stage heating. I think stage emptying is stage complete, basically. All right, anyway, we've got our temp. In stage smelting, as part of stage smelting, we want to make sure that we stay above the minimum temperature at the very least. So we will say, that's actually, we should do emptying here too. What am I talking about? We don't have emptying. Of course we have emptying. Let's have a stage emptying. BQ v stage emptying, which is stage emptying, which needs to be a function. So we've got smelting, we've got emptying, we've got heating. Stage emptying, JMain. Stage emptying is going to say if the, let's see, branch if greater than V pressure is greater than, let's say if we empty, we're going to empty all the way down to maybe like 500 kilopascals. Not quite empty. We don't want to go to vacuum, and it's going to slow way down. We might even want to do like 1 megapascal is probably pretty okay. But if the pressure is greater than 1 megapascal, then go ahead and jump to main. And we want to move the defurnace, set the furnace setting output to 100. Okay. So for emptying, if we're in stage emptying, then we want to set the output all the way on. We're just going to set it to full blast empty. Dump all of the air as fast as you can. We're going to check the pressure and see if it is greater than 1 megapascal. If it's greater than 1 megapascal, we want to keep emptying. We might start emptying at like 50 megapascals theoretically. So go ahead and jump to main and just keep doing this. We're going to keep jumping and keep looping at full output until we are below 1 megapascal, which is right here. At that point, we want to set defurnace setting output to 0. And we want to change our stage. Move the stage. Goes from setting emptying to maybe stage heating. Is that where we go from here? So I'm just thinking, so while we're smelting, we will smelt if we are below the threshold of 200 or whatever we decide. Let's even say a little higher so that things go rather quickly. Let's say 300. If we're below 300 Celsius, then we'll jump into stage emptying. We'll empty all the cold gas. We'll jump into stage heating. We'll add some gas until we reach a certain temperature. And then we'll jump right back into smelting, is what I'm thinking. So stage heating. What's stage heating going to do? First off, do you have a stage here? We've got idle, smelting, heating, emptying, complete. We've got idle, smelting, completion. Let's change that. Stage completion. What was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Idle, idle, smelting, smelting, heating, heating, emptying, emptying, completion, completion. Okay. So we got all our stages there. Let's keep moving. Stage heating. What's stage heating gonna do? Set defurnace. Setting input to 100. That's going to be a lot of air really fast. Okay. Branch if... Do we want to fill this up to a... I think a pressure is a good idea. So regardless of it, when we're heating, we're not looking to like heat to a specific temperature. That comes kind of in like the stage completion part, I believe. For heating, we're looking for like a specific pressure. So we want to, again, branch on the pressure variable. We'll say if the pressure is less than 2 megapascals, 3 megapascals maybe, Add some air. We could also do temperature here, and then have like a min temperature. But I'm not sure if, I don't think we want to do that. Okay, anyway. Branch if less than, let's say, we'll do 2,000 megapascals maybe. Is pretty okay. Then go ahead and jump to main again and just keep looping. So stage heating is going to turn on the input, start bringing in hot air. If the pressure is less than 2,000, it's going to go to main. Otherwise, once we hit 2,000 at this point, then we're going to want to set the input to be 0.
Hunger caution.
Okay. Let's confirm this. Let's just eat and drink real quick. Eat and drink and pause since nothing's crafting anymore. What up, Taz? National Cinnamon Bun Day. You taunt me. I love cinnamon buns, but I can't eat gluten because I'm a delicate little soy boy who fucking dies when he eats delicious food. Alright, eat and drink and then we can pause game. Here we go. Oh, it's nice and quiet now. Where were we? We are on stage heating. Stage heating just adds 2 megapascals to the furnace. Then it turns the furnace off. And then it moves the next stage. And this is basically a loop that's contained within smelting. So then we go back to smelting. Move the stage to stage smelting. Okay. Seems good. So for smelting, we want to do the emptying and heating if we have dipped too low, basically. So we will say, let's see, what is it? We probably want a branch relative here, I think. Branch relative. If greater than, okay. If the V temperature is greater than min temp, then go ahead and branch relative is basically like skip whatever number we put here. So jump 2 lines. Otherwise, let's do 3 lines. Do I want to do it like this? I don't think so, actually. Let's do branch if less than. This is cleaner. I was thinking of, yeah, this is cleaner. Okay. So vtemp, if the temp is below min temp, then branch to stage empty. Ooh. That's not going to set the stage, though. Okay. I'm just going to keep flip-flopping. Alright, so branch relative if greater than. And then we will say move the stage emptying, and then jmain. Okay, so let's take a quick look at this and talk through it real fast. So stage smelting, branch relative if greater than. If the V temp is greater than the min temp, which means we should still be smelting, then go ahead and jump 3 lines. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, and it'll execute line 45. So basically, it's like, let's keep going. If we're above the minimum temperature, then we're good. Otherwise, if we're below the minimum temperature, it's going to not do this branch. It's going to move to line 43, which is going to replace our stage with the smelting stage. And then it's going to jump to the main function to continue doing its looping stuff. So we're moving in, we're changing our stage, we're going into smelting. And then it's going to go do its thing. Smelting will do its thing. Emptying. Ooh, got it. Nice. Glad I'm talking through it. So we'll move to stage emptying. So it's going to go back to main. It's going to keep looping. It'll jump to stage emptying, where it'll do the emptying. It'll eventually get to stage heating, where it'll add a little bit of pressure. And then it's going to go to stage smelting and get back where we started with the correct temperature and correct pressure. So this is going to just like fluctuate, adding gas when we need. Okay, that seems good. What else? I think we almost need the same thing for if the pressure is too high. This is the point right here where we're going to be off-gassing. So we do want to check and make sure that we off-gas if it's too hot. What am I saying? Not if it's too hot, if the pressure's too high. Sorry, I'm thinking about the next thing while I'm speaking about the last and mixing them up and not making a complete sentence for people who are trying to follow. Thinking aloud, figuring it out. Programming is hard. Just thinking, how do we want to do this? Because we want to check the pressure in a couple spots. We want to check the pressure here. If the pressure gets too high, it's time to empty, even if the temperature is good. For instance, what if we have a good amount of volatiles in there, and then we go get a bunch of silver, and I just throw silver in, and the temperature is going way up, and the pressure is going way up, and then the furnace explodes. That seems like a very achievable use case. So we do want to check for pressure here too, and we're going to want to almost do the same thing, where we'll say if the pressure is too great, then depressure. Maybe we have a stage for that? I want to be able to use it in 2 spots perhaps, but maybe not. I think we'll just jump to stage emptying again if the pressure's too high. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll say branch if less, or branch relative less than the pressure, max pressure 3. Let's do the exact same thing more or less. Okay. So stage smelting. First we're gonna ensure min temp. Ensure no overpressuring. Okay. So if our pressure is less than the max pressure, then go ahead and jump 3 lines. We'll jump down to here and start executing line 51. Otherwise, if we have broken that threshold and it's greater than the max pressure, we want to change the stage to stage emptying. We want to jump to main. That's going to keep doing its thing. It's going to go to stage emptying. It's going to do full output. It's going to go down to 1 megapascal. So this will prevent us from accidentally blowing up our furnace if we end up getting huge pressure and temperature. Okay, now finally, at this point in time, we're checking to see what we're waiting for here. We're waiting for the reagents to get to 50. We want to see everything get smelted. And at that point, we're ready to do the completion of making sure that we're actually going to create something useful instead of just passing it straight through without heating it up enough to turn into an ore or an ingot. Yeah, and we'll be good to go. So we will say branch if less than 50. So this is V regents is less than 50, then go to main. Otherwise, we have finally reached the point where the regents have all melted and we're ready to do the completion. So we will say move V stage, stage, completion, or whatever it is. What is it? Stage completion, but I labeled it wrong. Stage completion. All right. Stage smelting, stage smelting is going to do all of this jazz. It'll check a min temperature. It'll ensure there's no overpressurizing. And it'll wait until 50 regents have melted. Okay. Once we have reached the point where 50 regents have melted, then we go to stage completion. Stage completion is looking to achieve a, let's see, so first it's checking the hash code. So load, let's see, I'm going to say ingot is ready, is going to be D furnace, what is it, regent hash? I don't know. What is it? Recipe hash, maybe. And we can check on our furnace code too. We've already done something similar. Recipe hash. We need to make that variable. Alias v ingot is ready. Is going to be R11. So this is going to load the recipe hash. And then I remember we want to say it's like set not equal to 0. V ingot is ready. V ingot is ready. We can double check that. I'm going to confirm. I'm going to edit. We're going to export this to auto furnace to overwrite our code. Let's take a look at what we were doing for the other one just to verify that. The advanced furnace code over here. Advanced furnace code says... Scroll. Where are we loading it? Okay, so we load the furnace hash from the recipe hash. And then we say set not equal to 0. So again, load the furnace hash from the recipe hash, set not equal to 0. And we're just changing the way we're labeling that. We're calling it ingot is ready. That's going to be a little easier to understand. Let's move this. That's my bad. Okay. So now we can determine if the ingot is ready when it has reached the correct temperature and it's actually ready to print something and we're ready to pull the handle. Then we're going to have ingot is ready. That's going to be a 1. Otherwise, it's going to be a 0. All right, where were we? We were in stage completion. So this guy is going to add heat until ingot is ready. Let's see. So first, we should check to see. Let's see. Check to see if ingot is ready, and then what do we want to do based on that? Some sort of branching. Maybe stage completion, stage release. Okay, let's do that. Stage completion, stage release. This feels mildly sexual. It's funny phrasing. Contain yourself, stream. Okay. Define stage release. It's going to be 6. Again, sexual. BEQ v stage. Stage release is going to be stage release. Okay. And then we need to add a stage release. I think complete is actually better than completion. Stage complete or stage. We need like finish and finished. Complete and then release the ingot at the end. Or complete or complete and then completed. Completing. Completed. Feels less sexual as well. I like this more. We're getting less weird with it. Sorry for those of you who enjoy getting weird with your code. Let's change these stages. Stage completing, stage completed. And these should definitely be... It should count the correct direction. Because we might want to keep an eye on this for debugging. It would make sense to have a console plugged in, which is showing us what stage it's in, so that we could watch it each step along the way. and see what it's thinking internally. This is not going to work. I'm calling it right now. This is going to have trouble on the first run or two. We're going to have to do a little debugging, I'm sure. So getting more visual of what is going on in here is helpful, and having the stages actually proceed in the order that they are going to execute is pretty important as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that's the idle. Then we'll be in smelting. It'll do 3 and 4 if it needs to empty and heat. Otherwise, it'll jump to completing and completed. Okay, I think that's good. How about these variables? Idle, smelting, heating, emptying, completing, completed. Let's move this. Doesn't change anything functionally, but matches the order. Idle, smelting, emptying, heating, completing, completed. Okay, that's all good. And then how's smelting? Smelting stage completion doesn't exist. Stage completing. Okay. All right, so stage completing. At this point, we have all the reagents in there, and we're looking to see if we have an ingot ready. We have a variable tracking that now. Ingot is ready. So we will say, we'll do another branch relative. Branch relative EQZ. No. Branch relative not equal to Z. That's not equal to 0? There we go. Okay. So again, we will skip a couple lines. If the branch relative, if not equal to 0, so if the ingot is ready is not equal to 0, then we'll jump 3 lines. Otherwise, when it's 1, we will go to this line, and we will say move the stage completed. I always have to think about these a lot because they're inverted. It's like you're inverting your if statement, doing the opposite of what you want, basically. Okay, anyway, but same sort of logic we're using above for branching, where we're going to check to see when we have reached the next stage. We're going to check and see our trigger for when we're reaching the next stage. If we have reached the trigger of like, okay, we're done with this stage, then we'll change the stage and we'll jump to main to go ahead and break out of this logic and restart the whole loop and jump into stage completed. So right here, we're waiting for our ingot is ready variable to switch from a 0 to 1, basically. And if it is, this is wrong then. Branch if equal to 0, ingot is ready, 3. Okay, so if ingot is ready is 0, then we're going to jump 3 lines, 1, 2, 3, and we're going to go down to here. And we're going to start doing code here. So this is where we're going to do the completion portion of like adding heat and finishing the smelting. Otherwise, if this is not equal to 0, then we'll enter this section. Okay, I think that's right. I'm doing a great job of confusing myself with a simple switch if statement. Assembly's tricky. Anyway, I think that's right. Let's keep moving with it. We can debug later if we need. So at this point, we have everything smelted. Our input and our output are off. We're just waiting for like the right heat, and we're probably too cold. Otherwise, ingot would be ready. So we need to bring in some more hot air, and we need to also check that we don't pass the pressure, perhaps. It may even make sense to like more or less repeat this loop. I think that does make sense. Because if there's a lot of air in there, then we don't want to deal with heating up that air, right? It would be better to empty it all first and then add a little bit of air and just keep doing that until the stuff inside of the furnace has reached the desired temperature, which shouldn't take long. Okay, and if we do reuse these, then that changes things. That changes the flow a little bit, because this isn't just going back to stage heating. This could be going back to like a variable. It's almost like we'd want some sort of return address pushed into a stack or something. It's going to get a little more complicated. Or we could have a variable for like emptying return stage. Oof. That feels gross, but I think I might do that. Gross. I don't like this. So we could have a heating return stage. And when we jump to emptying, it's probably emptying return stage. When we jump to emptying, we'll set a return stage. And then that's what we'll go back to at the end, is what I'm thinking. So I feel like it should be emptying return stage. It's either, it makes more sense during the initial phase when we're hitting it, or when we're exiting out of the heating phase. We enter into emptying, we exit from heating, if that makes sense. It'll make a little more sense in a second. So we've got our emptying return stage. Now when we call emptying, add a comment. This is pretty gross. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I haven't done a whole lot of branching in assembly. I wonder if there's set ways to do this that are better, or if I should like be pushing return addresses onto the stack. Seems like that might be a more logical thing to do, and also a little more complicated to deal with for now. I don't know. Not sure what the ideal code is for making this not gross and not troublesome for future me when it inevitably is not working 10 minutes from now. But I think we can work with this. So we've got our emptying return stage. Now we can take a look for where we're calling emptying. Where is my calling for emptying? Let me look for stage emptying. Stage emptying. Okay. So instead of doing 3 lines that we're going to jump, we're going to do 4 lines. And we're going to say move the stage emptying return stage is stage smelting. Okay, so we specify the return stage, and then we jump. And again, we make this 4 lines now. So it'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 lines if we're greater than the minimum temp. Otherwise, it'll set the return stage and then jump into stage emptying. Okay. Now we go down to our emptying, and we don't move to stage smelting. We move to the emptying return stage. We set the stage to whatever the emptying return stage is supposed to be. So in this case, since we called it from our smelting function and we specified return to stage smelting, it's going to return to stage smelting. And that's going to provide reusability for that functionality so that we can use it elsewhere in our code and return to the correct stage, because that's all we want to do in the stage completing. Is right now, at this point in time, we're pretty certain that everything's ready to go except our temperature's too low. So what do we want to do when our temperature's too low? We want to jump to that emptying stage, which will jump to the heating stage, which will jump back to the completion stage. So we'll just copy paste this code basically. Except instead of going to stage smelting, we'll go to stage completing. And then we go ahead and move the stage to stage emptying. Okay. All right. I hope there's a better way to do this. This kind of feels gross, but this should work okay. We're just complicating that function a bit, adding a little bit of comments to hopefully help that make sense if we have any trouble. And I think this is basically it for completing, right? It'll come in. If our ingots are not ready, it'll just say, all right, we want to change our stage to the completing stage. We want to change our stage to the emptying stage, and we want to make sure that we set the return stage to be this current completing stage. So that'll go through the functionality of emptying and heating. And then if after loading 2 megapascals of hot gas into the furnace, it still is too cold, then ingots will not be ready, and we'll again go into stage emptying, and it'll dump that, bring in more hot gas. Every time it does that, it's going to be adding more heat, but there's no way that that's not going to just immediately heat it up past where it needs to be. Okay, so that should do it, I think. Now at this point, we've got our completing portion done, and we move into the final stage of stage completed. So here, we know that everything is ready to go. It's time to release the ingot. The ingot should be ready, otherwise we can't hit this code. And then it's time to bring something new in. So we will set the furnace. It is open, I think. Pretty sure is the like latch. So we'll set that to 1. We will sleep for 1 whole second, perhaps. I don't even know if we need a second. I think we can just yield for like a single tick. And that'll be enough for this to, it'll open, we'll yield, something will get pooped. We'll shut it. So set open to be 0. We'll again yield for a tick. I feel like this might not work. I wonder if it will. We'll find out. Hopefully 1 tick's enough. But open the thing, yield. We don't just want to like set it to closed. If we don't have these yields, then that will cause bugs. I actually had bugged in my airlock where I was missing a yield, and that was causing things to break. But it'll just like, it'll try and set open and close. It'll set open to 1 and then set it to 0 at like the same time. And that's not going to do anything for us. And yeah, it'll just like not work. So we want to yield here, let it sit for a second, close it, let it sit for a second. And at this point, we are basically ready to bring in another load of ore to cook. So for that, that's pretty easy to do. We set our what is it? Power switch, power chute. Power chute. I think it's activate is the button. Get set to 1. And then again, we yield. I don't even think we need to yield here. There's no, or we might need to, I think we might need to do this. So I would think that you just, if you set it to 1, it would automatically set itself to 0. But maybe it's just going to be 1. I'm not certain. So we set it to 1, we yield, we set it to 0. Okay, so we push the button, we wait a second, we release, and then we set our stage. Stage goes back to stage idle at the very beginning of the loop, where it just chills and waits for stuff to come in. Easy. Does it make sense? Who sees bugs? Backseat code me. Does anyone know how to do that branching better? I feel like this is not as clean as it could be. And cleaner and simpler is always better. Anyway, let's add just a teeny bit of debug here too. I'm going to alias d console. What do we want here? I'm thinking maybe a console for Regents. And a console for Stage. But let's make some visuals that we can watch to debug this. And we can keep an eye on it. In fact, we could do a console for pressure, console for temperature, console for stage, console for Regents. We could keep track of everything that's going on inside. And then we could just turn all the consoles off once we've are feeling more confident that it's working. Seems good. Regent stage, no problem. So part of main we'll set, or let's do this before we do all our branching. We'll load our variables. We'll set D console regents to V regents, or no, sorry, setting to V regents. Okay, we'll set D console stage setting to V stage. Okay, and that'll give us some visual feedback on what's going on inside of the machine when it starts breaking. I'm gonna be very surprised if this works. I'll be surprised if this compiles. This is 112 lines of code. That's a lot of code to write without like testing once, especially when it's assembly. Okay, where were we? Oh my god, that was a tangent and a half. Holy shit. I was a computer for so long. Now I need to be a spaceman. What were you doing, spaceman? We just ate and drank. Our suit is ready to go. We needed to set up the sorting and the vending machines for outside. We gotta have the end of this system ready before we can start turning on the furnace, but I think the furnace code's about ready to test. So let's go throw down some stuff. Give me stuff. And you need more electrum, probably more gold, so we might need to do a little more farming and crafting in a bit. Seems good. Ooh, I hope it one-shot it. If I one-shot it, you have to do a little victory dance. If I one-shot it, was the collective willpower of the viewers guiding the button clicks and bringing good fortune. Okay. These guys. Why don't you go through wall? Is there something in the wall? Are you angry at pipes? Oh, he doesn't like pipes. Okay. Let's make the pipe go up higher. Do we have enough pipes to make the pipe go up higher? I think we have barely enough pipes to make the pipe go up higher. Can I do that from here? Do I have to go inside? It's tricky. But I can do it from here, and I'm also very likely to bust out a wall. So let's be careful with that. I haven't busted out the walls in a long time. I think I need to do that tomorrow day. When it's day, I'm gonna deliberately just see what happens when you set the base on fire. I bet it will be pretty. We have a lot more oxygen now. It should be a much bigger flamethrower. Let's see what happens if you miss even a single wall. Spoiler alert, bad things. I'm just gonna run it all the way up here. I think that's okay. It's more out of the way for the indoors, and I don't think we want water in there anywhere really. Okay, so I need some insulated tile, or insulated pipes. Liquid pipes, to be exact. Out of steel. Out of steel. I need iron. Okay. Alright, let's give it a second. I've snoozed the ads as much as I can snooze the ads. I'm gonna stand up for a second, grab a drink, run some ads. Back in a second. We farm. Alright, we need steel. And we need gold. And we need silver. I think we've got a good amount of silver in the wall. But I could be wrong about that. I know we have a lot of silver on the ground. Like way too much silver. That's probably a good idea to put some of that into Electrum. I want to see this thing work. And I think we don't have enough power for it right now. We'll see. How much power does a vending machine take? We've added like... Oh, you can do small vending machines? What the fuck? What is this? How much can it store? Anyway, this takes nothing. This takes 5 watts. What about the big one? 5 watts for that too. Okay, that's great. I thought those were more expensive. So this isn't much of a power draw then. The furnace shouldn't be taking a ton either. We've already been running it. And as long as its pumps aren't running, I think it's not as much of a draw. The furnace setup we have in the base right now, both of the pumps are on just like full steam.
Jetpack critical.
Oh shit, not a jetpack. Did I not fill this up? We did it. Whoops, my bad. Jetpack. You full? Yep. I believe I said this would take 2 hours. 4 hours and 22 minutes so far. My project manager's gonna be pissed. Need cobalt, but look at it, it's right here. Pretty much straight gold. And maybe a bag for steel. Oh, it's daytime. It's time to blow up the base, too. That's fun. It's a nice reward for hard work. Just blow it all up. See what happens. Sounds fun. Gotta wait for it to heat up just a little more. Gotta farm a little more. Alright. There's some stacks of stuff. Let's go make it disappear like every other stack of stuff I've ever farmed. I think it's fire time too. I'm feeling like it's probably fire time. Alright, here we go. Here comes the violence. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Burn it all down. I've had enough of this goddamn planet. Get me out of here. Oh shit, it's winning. Look at that. It's... The AC is so strong. Wow. How's that atmosphere? Breathable?
Toxin critical.
I feel good.
Temperature critical. Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
So yeah, that's what happens if you miss a single wall. Your everything becomes a bomb. I'm surprised to see more stuff didn't take damage. Even my potato plants are good. Look at that. It's on fire now. I'm gonna eat it. Delicious.
Health
I've died.
low. Health critical. Health low. Health low. Temperature critical. Pressure critical.
Oh no.
Toxin critical. Health low.
I'm trapped. There it is. I hope it saved every single time I died and it flooded my saves and it's all gone now and that's all I can load. That would be a good story, bro. Alright, where were we? What up, Discount Engineer? How you doing, dude? I've been watching a bunch of your streams. I like the things you do. Alright. So let's not do that.
Oxygen low.
How about some smelting? Got a bunch of stuff we brought home. Let's turn it into other stuff. What do we not need? Got 4 silicon by accident. Nice. Alright, so I think we just run all the gold through for the most part. What do we have for silver? We have 3 things of silver. Okay. 4 things of silver. So these can be turned into electrum, and then the other stuff can just run through, at least for the gold. Let's get a little more gold. That should just go right through. Thank you. Yeah, I like the look of the base. Just making it bigger and with color. It looks pretty neat to arrive at. Still need to paint the outside, maybe like cover some of these guys with cladding or something. It looks much better though. I like to have a little bit of color. This feels so much different than like a gray box with no lighting, even though it took about 5 minutes. Alright, what were we doing here? We want to make some electrum. That is off, and everything's good to go. No, nothing in the furnaces. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. Should do it for the gold. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. For silver. Gotta wait for all that to smelt. and then get the pressure right. How's the water situation? It's been mediocre. We've been treading water at like 130 something. Oh shit, look at that. We're down to 30 liters. Okay. No, sorry, I take that back. We're missing some water pipes. That's why I needed the steel. So I'm just looking at like half the circuit, and there's still 30 liters in it. Not even half the circuit. And not connected to the main water supply. Or water generation. Anyway, I'll check that in a minute. This is all melted now. You can see 400. We'll activate. There's too much in there. Do the exhaust switch. And we're looking for like 2. Should hit it on the way down without any effort, I think. There you go. Alright, steel. That is 3 parts iron, 1 part coal. Turn off the activate switch. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We should have 1 more thing of iron. I'm just not 100% sure I got the count right. Let's see what it goes to. Should be a multiple. If it's under a multiple of 200, we throw this in. Bring in some hot gas. Are you gonna hit 600 or 550? I'm guessing 550. Oh no. I did throw one in, didn't I? Good thing I waited. Okay. Temperature's too low. Let's get rid of some of the gas. Can flip the activate switch now. So whenever it's ready with an ingot, it'll give us something. And then add some hot gas. Good. Alright, what else? I think we need more of the just straight up iron. So let's run some iron through. You keep the activate switch on, no recipe here. Just cook if you can. And it's already pretty hot, so that should start pooping out some iron for us. Alright, give me a bunch of steel pipes. I think I only needed like 10. But I want to check what's going on with our water supply. Make sure that hasn't slowed down too much. Still can keep an eye out for vendors too. Just buy some water. But I'd rather produce it. A little better use of time maybe.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, where were we? Going this way. Go. Okay, this one's too long. Swap it out for something else. That's just right in the corner. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Alright, now that's connected. Let's take a look at the water in it. 230-ish was where we were hovering. which is not amazing, but it like wasn't moving at all or going up extremely slowly every day. What do you got now? 227. Okay, so it's gone down very slightly over many days. That's okay. That's a relatively slow rate. I do want to keep an eye out though. Let's see if we can get like a vendor real quick. Let's take a quick look. And how am I on money dollaroos? I'm out of money dollaroos. I think these are both, or no, this guy I think has liquid. We've only got a mediocre 5x5 landing pad though. Let's try a different angle too. Let's see if we can just like make money off one of these we need to start with. See if this guy wants to buy anything. Particularly like the ingot dudes are the best ones for money. And I want to finish that furnace setup. It's super close. What do you got? Water is good. We need money. 12 canisters. Bulk volatiles. I feel like this is something I should be doing. We should get this plugged in. That's a lot of money for free, basically. That's just like passively generated. That's a good idea. I'm gonna keep you, but maybe do nothing with you yet. You're another project. We can take the bulk volatile collection, which is already cooled, and just route it up there. For that, we're gonna need a bunch of pipes. I don't think we have enough. I'm gonna start making some pipes, and then we'll do that in a bit. Any interesting vendor dudes? Nope. Okay, let's turn it off to save power. And keep working on the vending machines. Oh, big lag. Oh, big lag. Alright, I've seen this before. And the fix was restart the game. Like full restart. Give me just 1 second, sorry about that. Classical bangers, you like that playlist? Classical bangers. It's pretty good. It's got a lot of classical bangers in it. I've been really enjoying it so far. I need more sad piano in my life. I love a good sad piano. Alright, where were we? Lagging crazily. That's so much better. It's like twice the FPS. I wonder if it's worth restarting the game every couple hours. Just to keep it running good. Maybe. How's the code? I didn't lose any code, did I? I'm gonna be really upset if I lost code. This looks like all the code. There's 100-something lines. 112 lines. Okay. Let's just, let's make sure. That was like an hour of work. Where was I? Make a floor. I wonder, is the fuel welder faster, you could use this one indoors. But I could use a fuel welder outdoors. We have infinite fuel now. I feel like that should be an item. An advanced fuel welder. I should be able to just like blowtorch a floor. Have it turned into solid. Think about it. Dice, please. Alright. We're doing these guys. I think this can run like all the way this direction. Alright. But let's double check that. I want to make sure these are located in the right spot, because I think I want to extend out from these. So if they're not in the right spot, that will be annoying. How's that look? I can see buttons, and I'm confident I'll be able to click buttons here. I think that's okay. Should I move that one right more, maybe? Sure. So I think that's a little closer. Yeah, those look pretty flush against each other, I think. Without actually entering the house to check. Good enough. And then I need to check that these are actually usable from within the house. Which I think they will be. But if they're not, this design's going to be not good. I don't know if they need power. I feel like that's going to be... like that's going to work. But what if it doesn't? Or what if it smacks into the cladding and is super annoying? I need to turn this on and see what happens. We can just grab the wire from... we can just pull from the main line, I think. Got a transformer on me. Are you the main line? You are. You route through over to the greenhouse. Perfect. So yeah, we can just pull this one and bring it down in the corner is probably good. And then I actually do need to enter the house for that. Cladding, where is my crowbar? Probably put it in the wrong spot. There it is. It is an angle grinder. Alright. That can go like that. Just connect to the main power line, turn it up. Yeah, it looks like that should work okay. Just not powered. Only question is that going to get in the way? No, it's going to come out right here, right? So that should be okay. Seems good. That's a pretty good surface area for movement without making the base too gross to look at. I think that works for me. Live, laugh, love. Oh, I didn't put the cladding back. Whoops. Do that later. Oh! I've been locked out. Let me in. Let me in. Thank you. Okay, so this seems good. We'll add power. And then we can throw something in there. And just see that it's actually working. Just in case. But that looks just fine. So that's what we're going to line up with. And then we need 9 of these. And then some sorters. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have more? Not on me. Hopefully we farmed enough mats for it. Screwdriver. Oops. Okay, let's go take a look.
Oxygen low.
I gotta get rid of these. It's like the last remaining signs of the starter base. Like totally consumed it by now. Just generally, I feel like this space hasn't been organized very well since I expanded. But that's all good. Takes a bit of time. Mistake to paint in that, but no, it's all good. Alright, so what we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 3 more. Vending is working just fine. We can hop down. So we'll just vend whatever ingots that we've crafted from the auto furnace. You just fly up here and say, you know, I need 6 iron or 5 copper, whatever we want to do here. And then ideally, we could expand more over time. We've got room here. If we do a couple more and a couple more, we still have like a whole wall. We could expand this to do like all the advanced alloys as well. And one of the first ones I'd like to do is just steel. Steel production is really easy to automate. It's like we could take the auto furnace code that we've already written and just make a couple modifications to like one of the functions so that it's asking for, basically instead of trying to do 50, we do the exact same code, but you're trying to do 150 regents, and you trigger like 3 of the activate switches at once instead of just 1. So very, very small. You think they're both about the same speed? Thanks for the info. Sorry, I read chat so slow sometimes. Same speed. Yeah, the cold is a fun mechanic. Cold loves to destroy batteries. It's like a big part of that's just insulating your batteries. Gotta get the nuclear batteries too. Just like generally, you want to have absurd amounts of power for that place. That's a fun one. That's been fun to check in and watch your safe grow there. Got a nice base going. Alright, let's see. We need more of these. And they should probably be painted. I think I've already farmed all we needed. They want Electrum, which we got a bunch of, right? Yep, okay. So just need to get back to crafting. And then I also wanted to start pumping volatiles into the vendor. That's free money. That'd be good. We could do that one, and we can also do carbon dioxide. We have production of both. I'm thinking basically we could have one of the connection tanks for every major resource that we've got control of, more or less. And then just be able to sell to any vendors that come by without having to do like any work or any thinking about it. We'll just have containers that are filled up and ready to go. I like that idea. That would make vending much more useful. Like, we can just call in free stuff. Even if it's just like, I don't feel like farming right now. I'll just sell some carbon dioxide and buy some fancy alloy. Alright, how you doing? What are you gonna run out of? Probably electrum, probably gold. That's an interesting idea. I was thinking that every site is going to need its own like power generation, a little bit of that, and then also maybe its own like heating or cooling or air. I think you could pretty much deliver all those if you just move like a large tub, a large insulated tub of oxygen or like your coolant, or even you could do fuel. Fuel could be power too. I wonder how effective that is. I'm excited to play with that mechanic. I haven't touched that yet. Guess that's like the primary feature in the new expansion, or the new DLC. Nope, I keep calling it the wrong thing. The new biggest patch they've ever made that I keep calling a whole new game. I needed 4 of you. How many are you gonna make? Almost 4. Needs a teeny more gold. Now I should be able to do the last ones we need, and then we can set up sorting. I'm gonna grab this and then just head out and start doing sorting. Emergency shelter sounds good. That's kind of what I was thinking with like the air supply and coolant supply. If you could just like plug down a tub and then when it's empty, swap it out. Same thing with the coolant, like when it gets lukewarm, you could swap it out. I think that'd be pretty achievable. I think my dream for this game is if they have like a habitable rocket ship, that would be really fun. I'd love to actually have to like design a rocket ship and use it to travel from place to place. Try and like fit a furnace on a rocket ship would be a fun challenge. Alright, what am I doing? Sorting. And we got the vending machines. It's almost time to try the furnace. I want to see the furnace work. It's super close. Oh, where'd it go? Did I put it in here? No. Maybe. Oh, they've already got a cockpit. That's awesome. I imagine that means they're already a step ahead of me. Or maybe even like considered it and thought no for whatever reason. Maybe it's even a remnant from when they started as like space engineers. They're kind of going for that vibe initially. But it'd be super fun to have reason to travel to other places. Go to different planets. Or even just like start a new save. It'd be fun to take this to Europa someday. Do the opposite. Do the cold land. But just have much better starting conditions that I could prepare myself. Alright, we needed 1 more, I think, right? Maybe? Math's hard. I saw one of them disappear. I think I might have threw it in the vending machine on accident. They're all red. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got all 9. Which should be all of the materials that we're sorting up above. So let's pipe those in with some sorters. We're going to need a few sorters. I got a lot of those. We're going to need a computer with the sorting chip. Computer. Sort. Motherboard. Okay. We need the sorting items. We're gonna need a bunch of stackers and sorters. Looks like we've got a bunch of both. Need a lot of chutes. Got some chutes, maybe more chutes. Probably gonna run out of chutes here pretty quick. Let's get those going because they take forever. No booping. I uninstalled. I uninstalled. Time for next game. I almost installed today in a moment of weakness when I wanted to be a helicopter. But I didn't. I was strong. 7 days. 6 days? 5 days. Some unknown amount of days. Okay, let's go. Oh, they have mobs too? I don't know about mobs. I mean, maybe you could do them. They're doing like chickens or something, right? Is that how you get eggs? I want to do chickens someday. But just generally speaking, I wouldn't want like any of the challenge of the game to be defending against monsters, I would think. It's like such a good engineering game, and it's so easy to make that a problem. It's hard. It's very hard to not accidentally die all the time. You have to do that many times before it doesn't happen so often. I feel like if they added a rifle or something, it would just be kind of like janky. Not as good. Alright, I'm going to bring these down and turn them into windows in front of the windows. I want to be able to like watch stuff shooting through the tubes. There should be a bunch of beautiful everything basically. This is like the final product tube. Anything we ever create should plug in here basically, and we should extend the vending machines to account for new stuff. So I want to watch that all come flying through the tubes. That's what I'm thinking. Alright. Cool. So we got that coming in. Now we need a bunch of sorters. Let's see. Sort of goes like this. Okay, and then we need to line it up. Probably be closer. I think this is good. Let's do right here. So we can get these connected, and later we can do overflow as well. So like we can have an overflow from here, so it'll primarily go into here, but then if we have extra, it'll go up, and we could take that somewhere else. Might want to grab like the iron and the coal and overflow them into steel production, something like that. Let's do... I basically want to do windows for everywhere it's going to be visible from the base. This will be fun to watch. If I can keep an eye on it a little bit. Even just as I'm like zooming by, doing whatever. And we immediately need chutes. Windows are expensive. Ooh, does that work? Does it have to be that close? I feel like it'd be easier to do this. It's all coming together. Look at that. It's almost done. Will it work? I hope so. It would be a miracle. I don't know why I said we need stackers. We don't need stackers. We're done with stackers. Everything coming in here is a perfect stack of 50. Okay. Come on now. There it is. Alright, so here's our input after everything's been smelted. This will also be where, like, tool belt comes through. And it comes in. Oh, that's wrong. But barely. Okay, easy fix. Yeah. Should just go one over, I think. Try that again. That goes there. And then we can still put an overflow here if we need to. Just this one tile could be overflow. And it'll still prioritize that, so that's okay. And we can get power on it. And then this is not quite right here. Oh, and is this even one of these? I think I might have done this the wrong direction. Let's take a look. So the target one goes right. I don't know if there's a setting to invert that. Well, we could do blacklist instead of whitelist. I think that would work. And then the target one will go left. That's a setting, right? Pretty sure. Let me throw down a computer before we build this wrong. The computer could probably just live like right here without a problem. Did I already grab that? I think I made one. I can't remember. Might be in my inventory, might be on the ground. Blacklist is available. Okay, that sounds right. I'm feeling cocky. We'll just blacklist instead of whitelist, and then it'll do the opposite. It'll just sort left instead of right, basically. Alright, let's keep going. Thank you, internet person. Appreciate the info. I started making the computer, and then I got distracted. That's my theory. I'm pretty sure about it. I think the computer is sitting on the floor, and the electric dude is set to build a computer motherboard. Ooh, let's see. That's not going to line up quite right, is there? Can I... Nope, no different orientation. It's It's gonna have to move. That's not gonna look good. We can just flip the orientation, I suppose, of the chutes and start down here and go this way. I mean, that's not so bad. Just do this. But yeah, we do want to sort right for it to go in a straight line. Otherwise, we have to do some funky design. What would funky design look like? What would I even try and do if I wanted to make this work? I'd have to move right one would probably be easiest. I feel like this is going to be gross, but maybe there's something cleanish. And then maybe left one and go like up and over. And have some weird janky thing. Could I go up and over from here? That might be okay, actually. This can just go... It's gonna look weird, and it's gonna use extra chutes. But maybe it's quirky and beautiful, and I'm just being judgmental. Let's take a look. So we could still blacklist into here. Oh, this isn't even bad at all, is it? What am I thinking? That can be just fine. It looks perfect. Alright, how's that? That gonna work? Can I turn my furnace on yet? I'm ready to turn the furnace on. I want to see why it breaks. That seems good. Okay, so we'll have it come in. Blacklist will go left. So we will use that as like our target. Gonna look for all of the ores or ingots or whatever they're called. I don't know the exact right noun. Anyway, we're getting there. We're doing the thing. And it's just gonna run down the line and keep getting sorted. I thought there wasn't space here when I was looking at it, but it's the perfect amount of tiles. We can just zig right through there. Oh no. Oh my god. What a struggle. Let's try that one again. You go there. You go there. I'm messing up my zigzags. I have to put the sorter down or my brain breaks, apparently. Game is hard. You are perfect right there. I need the sorter to see the pattern more clearly. It needs to skip one. We're getting there. Basic piping. We can do it. Just gotta focus. Almost done. Where is my drill? Do I have enough sorters on me? We one short? Do I have the perfect amount? We're good. We have 10. Sorters go first. That's the trick. Less thinking required. Yep, seems good. This should work. Almost done. Oh, and I should be doing long shoots too. Long shoots are a thing. Give me like a 5 shoot. There's a lot of shoots to scroll through. Whoa, dude. Technology. How's that? It's perfect. Little window there, why not? Yeah, it's hard to be perfect. I'm doing my best. It's all good. I'm having fun. Alright, how we doing here? We gotta label these guys. We gotta throw down the computer. We got everything gets sorted through. Goes to a vending machine. We need to set up overflow too. I may want to do that right now, just in case. Because there is a pretty good chance that we'll start getting overflow on like the basic things. Eventually everything should overflow, ideally. You'll have like infinite production and things will just show up. But like copper and iron are gonna fill up really fast relative to everything else, generally speaking. So we might want to swap these guys out. Do an overflow valve. And then that goes into the, basically like we could dump it into the ocean. And if we want, we can adjust it later to pull from the overflow for like making steel, that sort of thing. All right. I'm gonna leave that for now, I think. I think that's problem is a little bit ahead of us, but it's pretty easy to set up. And just like while we're thinking about it. But worst case, I think our system's gonna just get clogged, and we'll be able to like look at it and see that, oh, it's clogged. Fix. Alright, so you're all coming along. Now the last bit, this is the stuff that we want to just like dump on our head inside. This is going to be our tool belt coming back to us basically. At least in the beginning. Tool belt and the mining tool. So let's just run that through the wall and literally dump it on our head. I think we should have more chutes in here. We can grab the computer we need. We can do the programming, and then that sorter is done. It's a lot of clicks, but it doesn't take too long. Just about finished. Quick. Let's do some ads. No ads. Nap time for ads. There's the computer, and there's the chip. Alright. Fill the suit. Eat and drink.
Oxygen low.
How's our air? How's our water? .75% CO2. Enough oxygen to breathe without noise. Still got a debuff, but no damage. How's water? Water is still hovering at 230-ish. Okay. All good. I want to see water go up, so I'm going to harvest these potatoes. We'll keep a few potatoes. But what if we have 4 less potatoes? That would be less potatoes. Should be less water consumption.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, so you come along, and let's just run through... Trying to decide if I want to, like, dump it on the entrance. Near the entrance, maybe. Makes sense. Yeah, I think that's a decent idea. I'm gonna go in a straight line. We can use the long one for that. And then if we want, we can swap this out for like vending machines right along that same line in the future. But let's go all the way over to the front door and drop it at the front door, since that's going to be like the mining stuff. It might almost make sense to like put it in a small vending machine or something. You just click some buttons to get it back. But eventually we might have things going through the system that are, we might just have like more stuff and want to just see it on the floor. Not clog up the vending machine. Just let stuff go straight through if it doesn't get filtered, basically. We can just dump on our heads right here. Seems fine. Are we on chutes? Is that going to be enough chutes? Make more chutes. Apparently we need infinity chutes. That's like right back where the whole system starts too. That feels like full circle. That's like something from like a book. It's like literacy. We end where we started. Right? The entrance chute. Alright. So we will dump it right on... Ooh, is that on the pole? That's not going to be good. We're going to go out one further. Try and do a little bit of windows to see it. I don't think we want to go far though. Yeah, let's dump it like right over the dude's head. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Just kind of right in this corner. So we'll get home. We throw the belt in the entrance tube. It's gonna run up the line. It's gonna go into this sorting section to sort all the ores. They go immediately into stackers to get stacked into perfect stacks of 50. Some of it just goes right through for like the coal and the cobalt. We can't really do anything with those, but everything else goes the other way and gets loaded into a big silo where we've got it ready to go. A single button click is gonna trigger one of these guys to go through and enter the furnace. We got auto programming on the furnace to handle clicking that button, and then managing temperatures and processing ores and sitting there idle. We're gonna have process stuff come through. It goes down. It enters our sorting machines down here for final products, which are inward facing on our base here, so that we can just walk up and click a button and say, give me this. Now we need to set up sorting for these, which is just plugging in a computer. And then finally, anything that doesn't get sorted comes through this spot. It gets dumped at the entrance, so that should be the belt and the drill. And anything that just like, anything that doesn't get sorted, basically. So if we add some new anything to this system, it's just gonna rain on us and make it pretty obvious that something needs to be handled. I think the only error-prone part here is that we haven't handled overflow at all yet. That's easy to do, just cost chutes. I can put that off for a bit. So worst case, this can clog up with a little bit of, it'll like probably get iron. You'll have a bunch of iron bars just like clogged up. That's my guess. It'd be pretty easy to get that resolved before it happens and handle it if it does happen. Alright. What now? Programming. Computer programming on these sorters. And plugging these guys all in as well. And then it's about time to actually test the big setup for the furnace. That's the thing I'm really interested in. Will the furnace run? Maybe. Probably no. I'd be amazed if yes. Let's debug it. We'll see what stage it's on. We'll see, we can watch its like temperature and its pressure and how much stuff's inside of it. And that's plugging in the vending machines on accident. Whoops. That's actually a little annoying. Maybe. We'll see if it affects anything. I don't think it will with the computer. The computer's gonna ignore them, I think. Alright, so these guys all have power. They need to be turned on. All the vending machines are on. We need to give them names. We need to program the computer. Okay. Everything is on. I think this first one I will start with. Let's do coal here, and then eventually replace it with steel. You are coal. You are iron. So we've got steel ingredients closest. Basically, we just want to do like what's used most. Copper. Gold. Cobalt. Silver. What am I missing? Nickel. Iron, copper, gold, silicon, lead. Just gonna move stuff around a little. Okay, I think I got all lead. I think I got all the stuff covered here. Basically tried to order it roughly by what I'm gonna use most. And hopefully someday to swap this guy out with a steel rather than coal. All I'm gonna use coal for is steel. Alright, we finished the computer. The computer gets turned on. We program the computer. We do... Let's go to the very top. It's gonna be a black list instead of a white list. Uh-oh. Is that not a thing? I was told that was a thing. Have I been fooled? Only whitelist? Problematic. Do I gotta flip everything? Ooh, I should have turned this computer on a long time ago. Ooh, I've been tricked. You got me. Alright. Let's think about this. So this isn't gonna work then, because it's gonna go... The filtered stuff goes right. So we need to tweak it. We can either, like, fully flip the orientation. I think I want to keep it this way. I like the way this is working. We just have to tweak the chutes. I've been tricked. Maybe it's only IC10s. Okay, it's all good. There's probably a way. I wonder if it's even worth like spending a few minutes, if that's going to be faster than redoing chutes. But I think we can just tweak the orientation on these very slightly. This just goes, let's let's see. Filtered goes right. Wait, no, we already got it right. No, sorry. Okay. So you just go straight through here, and then we have it go up and over. So filtered go right, up and over. That gives more room for the splitters as well, or overflow valves. Okay, so just slightly different orientation here should work fine. Okay, so we do that a couple times, no problem. It is funny, I've never done this with sorters. Or sorry, I've never had an issue with sorters where I had to route them so funny. It's always just been super straightforward. I've never done this specific layout before with the sorters. It's funny how much more complicated it is. It's not so bad. One small puzzle. But definitely threw me for a loop. I'm just so used to going filter right. I feel like that's pure coincidence. Alright, so you go straight. Oh, ads are coming. Watch some ads while I reroute this. You go straight. That goes away. We're doing it. We're doing the thing. On to the second half. These are big upgrades. This will be nice to have. Takes a good amount of resource and time investment. And it saves you a ton of time forever. I was shooting for 2 hours. We're at 5.5. Almost 3x on the expectations so far. About time to turn it on and see what happens. Exciting times. More shoots forever. The different design costs a little bit more.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Alright, where were we? Corners. Corners go here. Corners go here. Corners go here. That's a pretty perfect spot to just pull off the overflow right from the middle. It's kind of fun design. Looks neat. Whoops. A little bit of a different shape to it. Where'd my wrench go? How's it so easy to lose everything? There's a screwdriver. Not quite the right spot for a screwdriver. How about that wrench, though? Am I gonna have to make a new one? I'll make a new wrench if I have to. Maybe I accidentally ate it. Maybe I threw it into one of the machines and it got sorted. It's disappeared. I'm gonna take one more quick look. And maybe just make another. They're super cheap, who cares? We'll find it someday. The mystery will resolve itself. Where did the hidden wrench go? We'll find out someday. Oh, today. I think it's, I should be putting the tool belt there. I think tools automatically go there. If I hit G. Does that work? Let's see. G. Nope. Goes to my inventory. Alright, whatever, dude. Still probably don't need a mining belt so much anymore. Not unless I'm mining. Last one. There it is. Okay. Now we program. Just put some stuff away. Probably should get another hardsuit backpack or two as well. Even if there's just like general storage for a backpack or two. Alright, here we go. Now it's whitelist, which we can do. We look for coal. Coal is going to be totally unaffected, just normal coal ore. Iron, though, we're not looking for iron ore anymore. We're looking for the ready-to-go ingots. Where are those? Are they by I? Here we go. Ingot, iron. Okay. Same with all of the other ones that we can use the auto furnace to craft. Gotta look for like the general location. Where are those? Towards the bottom. Most of the way down. Maybe 80% down. Copper. Silicon. Silicon. Cobalt. Cobalt. Gold. Gold. Silver. Too far? Too far. Silver. Nickel. Nickel. Wish there was a more comfortable way to do this. It's like the air effect is bugging my eyes too. Again, whoosh. Well, I'm like super zoomed in on a little monitor. It's gotta be in a vacuum. For the sake of my eyeballs. Lead. Alright, did we get it? Is that all the things? Are you programmed? Did we do it? So all of those should get sorted properly and dumped into a vending machine. Everything else should go through. Alright, I think it's time to, almost time, to give this thing a test run. The other thing we are missing is I have not put the programming into the chip yet. We gotta actually turn this thing on, and we want to add 2 more consoles here as well. So throw that code in. We want 2 consoles, which I think we have in the electronics bag. Nope, I put them on the wall. Might even want 4 consoles, I think. Makes sense. I'm thinking we already have 2 consoles built into the furnace code. It actually requires them to run. But more than that, we could also track the temperature and pressure, basically exactly like we're doing here. That only takes a second to set up, and I want to see it run. Console. Give me a few of these. I think we got some in the wall. Do we have 4? We have 2. What about a nice hardsuit backpack? Got any hardsuit backpacks for me? No, you need fancy stuff? Too not fancy. Not right now. Okay.
Oxygen critical.
Oh, I forgot we want 2 chips too. We need the atmospheric chip? Is that what it is? It's not a cart mode. Or it wasn't that one. It's one of the cartridges, I mean. Or it's not a cartridge, I mean. Here we go. Gas. 2 of these. That's gonna be too many. We only need 4. Okay. Thought I had another stack. I wanted 1 stack on me to keep after this for next time. Alright, here we go. Let's go plug in the furnace and then see what it's thinking. We will have the number of regions can be here. We will have the stage here. Temperature, pressure. I think we can plug all those in. Gas displays. Can I do a sign? Maybe. I was thinking it'd be nice to label like stage. Could do... I think we can. Let's do this. It's probably better than nothing. Those are upside down. Where is my crowbar? Top one is stage. Bottom one is... Oops. Stage. Enter is new line. Not complete. Bottom is the regents. Okay. These are self-explanatory. They're gonna have their units on them. Easy to figure out. Alright. Now this just needs some power. And then we can see if it will compile. That's the first hurdle. It's 112 lines, if I remember right. That's a lot of assembly to not make mistakes without compiling once. Alright. Let's save in case something goes funny. You get turned on and turned on. We need to program these with the data disk to do the furnace temperature and pressure. Advanced furnace, temperature on the left, pressure on the right. I think that matches what we have below, if I remember right. So now we can see what's going on in there. We've got the stage up above and the regents down below. Those need to be labeled as well. Stage, console, regent, console. I think the labels are flipped. I did console stage, console regents in the code. Whatever, we're gonna leave it. Labeling inconsistency is not great. Alright, I save. Moment of truth. Do you compile? Show me the line where we've got errors. 24, because nothing's programmed. Okay, defurnace. Advanced furnace. Powered chute is the powered chute left. We have the console regents. Okay, I don't like that. I want to change it immediately because it just says console R, which is really low information. Import, edit. Pause even. You are regent console. Is it regent's console? Is there an S? Maybe. And then where are we setting those? Okay. Overwrite that. Save, export. That's the first week. Okay, so I'm going to save just in case. We already have this thing. It's loaded up and ready to go, basically. We've got not a ton. We have 3 stacks, though, so we can at least try and see if anything works. Alright, I turn you on. What errors do we get now? No errors. There's an error. Device not found, line 34. Yes, because I still didn't program you. That does make sense. Change the code and then didn't touch anything else. What are you? Let's see. Furnace is right. Powered chute is right. Regent's console. Regent's console. Stage console. Not plugged in. Lots of stuff. Okay, that's all the everything. Okay, no error. That's good. We're in stage 2. We have 0 regents. Stage 2 means what? Stage 2 is smelting. So that might be the first bug. Let's take a quick look at that. Smelting. How did you get to stage 2? Why are you already smelting? Let's take a look. Our stages, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So those, no overlap there. We're initializing the vStage variable to be stage idle, which is 1. So we should see 1. That's what we're expecting. Okay. Let's see. We set the furnace input to 10. We tell it to sleep for 1. We set it to 0. I'm going to leave this. But this is what gave it that initial pressurization. So we have a little bit of pressure and temperature. And then it should shut off. So it should be constant. It should just be sitting there and actually just cooling off a little bit. Okay. Main. We jump into main. We yield for a second. We jump into load variables. Load variables is going to load the regents from the furnace regents, load the pressure from the furnace pressure, load ingots is ready from the recipe hash, and then set not equal to z. So this just turns it into a boolean of 0 or 1 for whether or not that's on. It's going to load the furnace temperature into the temp. It's going to subtract 273, so that's all looking fine. JRaw, probably just spent too much time looking at that, but just wondering, walking through the flow line by line. Where does it go wrong? We get back to here. We're going to set the regents console setting to regents to tell us the regents. We're going to set the stage console setting to stage. That's how we're seeing the stage. And then we're going to go through our big branch statement, which so everything up to now has just been loading initializing, loading initial state, and keeping everything up to date with whatever's going on in the devices, and then updating the consoles to tell us what's happening. That's a lot of words. Okay. So now we're right here. We should expect that to pretty much work correctly every time. I think we're seeing that working okay. We're getting some input, unless I've missed something. Now the core of this is branching between the stages and navigating between the various stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So let's look at the basic branching. Stage idle goes to stage idle. Smelting goes to smelting. Emptying goes to emptying. Heating goes to heating. Completing goes to completing. Completed goes to completed. So that all seems good. We are jumping into stage idle, and this is where we'd expect to hang out. So let's see. Branch if less than 0, v regents, main. So if the regents are less than 0, if there's nothing in there, then it's going to go to main. Right now they are 0. So that's our problem there. Is that we need to branch if they're less than or equal to 0. Is that a thing? Can I throw an E in here? Or we just say branch if less than 0. Okay. So that should change the flow here so that we will, there we go, say less than 1, sorry. So branch if less than, can we do less than EQ? What is this? Okay. Sorry, I don't know how to do assembly, I'm learning. Blez. Branch less equal 0. Okay, this is what we want. So if regents is 0, which it is right now, then we're going to go main. The problem was before it was branching if it was less than 0, which 0 is not less than 0. So that doesn't trigger the branch, and instead it would move to stage smelting, stage 2, and so it thinks it's smelting right now. Okay, so that's bug number 1. Probably walking through a little more code than we needed to. Probably could just jump straight into that function. All good. I save you. We confirm. We export. That's not going to do much if we don't turn that off. Okay, we export it. So we turn it on again. We should expect it to go to stage 1 this time, and then chill. Should expect the temperature to be slowly falling, no pressure increase. So it's just chilling in stage 1. Okay, and that's because that's the way we've written it, where you kind of have to prime it at the very first use. You have to do manually, and then as part of its finishing, its completion, it will push the button every time after, in theory. So let's push the button. Something will go through. I'll save just in case. Should have one thing go through. We should see regents going, and they're upside down. That sucks. We've moved to stage 2. Good. Okay. And then when we hit 50 regents, nothing happened. So there's bug number 2, I think. Also, is pressure going up? I hope not. Is that an input happening? Maybe. We have some safety guards here, so if the pressure gets too high, then it should explode, or should not explode. It should relieve the pressure and go into like the draining state. So, oh, it's just like totally static now. Interesting. I feel like I haven't even seen this before. Usually it changes. Anyway, that's what we'd want to see in theory, but never in practicality, or in actuality. Usually it's constantly fluctuating slightly. But this looks good. The only thing is we're stuck in stage 2, so that's wrong. Oh, and it's changing because we've got an error. Incorrect variable, line 64. Okay. Bug number 2. Line 64. So this is, let's see. So this is when we're supposed to be changing to stage the final staging of completing. Sorry, not the final staging, but definitely the last bit of it, one of the final stages, when we're changing from smelting into releasing from stage 2 into stage 3. I said move stage max completing, which is not the correct constant there. Not sure what I was thinking. I imagine we could rewind an hour and listen to me make that mistake. No problem. Coding is hard. Alright. So now it should correctly move into the stage completing. Is this going to cause issues? Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to overwrite this code. We've already saved. And this is why we save scum. Let's go back to the initialization, or the initial phases here, before we put anything in there. That might be an autosave, my bad, misclick. Is this when I was about to click the button? Not a misclick, perfect time. Okay. So we're stage 1 with nothing in there. And I want to actually, let's flip this guy too. Bug 2, this is upside down. We should be able to read what's going on. Turn that off. Our code that we just fixed is still in the computer. So we haven't lost anything, we've just reset the conditions on the furnace to before we clicked the button. Alright, you get to be you are the stage console, you are the Regents console. And then we program you. What is this? You're supposed to be Regents console. So we click on that, it disappears, we look for the new one. Okay. So that looks good. We'll throw that down. Put this in here. Does it still have the code? Do I even need to load it? Is it still here? Move stage max completing. That seems wrong. Load the auto furnace. Stage completing. There we go. Okay, so we put that in. We turn that on. Then we save again. Click the button. Let's see if we can make it past stage 2. Stage 2 goes to 50. Should go to stage 3. 592. Ooh, that's exciting. How did you become 92? Interesting. That's not good. We definitely put a funny variable in the stage there. It should be one of those hard-coded values of like 1 to 5, maybe 6. And it looks like it is just pushing the button because our regents are up to 300 now. Okay. I want to maybe do that one more time. I don't know if we need to look at it again though. I feel like I could just start taking a look. I think one of them clearly we've moved something funny into stage. So I'm guessing if we look at where we're moving into stage, we can see that there's something completely wrong. There's not a lot of spots for doing that. Alright, you go here. We edit and pause. And I really need to use the bathroom. I'll be back in just 1 second here. Let me run some ads real quick, and then we'll hunt that bug down. Alright, where were we? We were looking at where we were setting the stage and trying to see if we're putting something funny in stage somewhere, particularly around the end of the crafting period here in the completion stages. Let's see. So it looked like smelting was moving okay. Move stage, stage emptying. Stage emptying is line 92, right? No, but we can see stage completed is what got called here. So this is the problem. We have moved not the like the string, or not the, it's not a string, what is it? Is it a string? I don't know. Whatever, I don't know the correct word for this. But this is what we're looking for. We've got this value, this constant, I suppose. That's what the right word is, constant. This is what we should be using to change our stages. These are the stages that we play with. I sent the stage function instead of the actual stage constant. So it just sent the line number of 92. And we need to look for where we're playing with stage, and I'm sure I've done that in a few spots. All right. Let's see, where else? Oops, what even was that? Probably stage completed. This looks wrong. This should be a 2. Was there another thing missing here? Alright, any other stages looking funny? I don't think so. Might have just found a new bug ahead of time there. We're going to confirm. We're going to edit. We're going to save this. Overwrite the auto furnace code. Alright, and I believe the furnace is in a bad state. Or... no, this is... we've already reloaded. Okay. Just spent a minute looking at it, went to the bathroom. Okay, so let's export this. We will throw it in, see if anything breaks. Nothing should happen. Seems good. We're again going to save in case this goes wrong. I'm tempted to look at those branching statements too. I feel like if I got the line number wrong in one of them, I likely got the line number wrong somewhere else. Anyway, let's see if this works. We're in stage 2 for smelting. Should go to the completing stage. We're up to 56 regions. How does that happen? On stage 6 with incorrect logic type, line 97. Okay, let's take a look at line 97. Also, which one is stage 6? Stage 6 is stage completed. That's good. That seems promising. And then line 97, I believe. Okay. So it didn't like the activate interaction here. That all seems promising. Also, I didn't see the furnace. It made it to 97, which means it opened the furnace, it yielded, it closed the furnace, which wasn't enough time for anything to happen, apparently. Let's give it a sleep of even just a single second here, and give it time to do the animation and drop whatever's inside, and then close. I think yield might have been too fast. The same might be true for the button. Maybe. I don't know about that one. That one feels instant. But regardless, we're using the button wrong. It's not activate. It doesn't like activate being used like that, I believe. Let's take a look at the powered chute, I think. What is it? It's one of the chutes. I might just be able to... something, it's like chute left. Digital valve left. All right. So I did activate, and that is not a valid variable here. So that was the wrong guess. I should double check the API. It is probably open. Just looking for anything else that's more obvious. Let's do open. And then maybe close it like that. I just want to double check. What's the name of this thing? Digital shoot. Yeah, this is the right one. It's the button with the dial. Okay. So I think that's a fix for it. Let's go ahead and save that. Confirm. Export. Plug it in. Save game. Click the button. See if it breaks. Gets to 50, goes to 5 to 6. I see it opening, and I see 6 there. What is that? Okay. I think open might have let a little bit too much in. And then it hit stage 5, which is completing, where it's waiting to try and get the right ingot. I see 250. Okay, so let's take a second here. So it's got 250 in there. It's on stage 5. I think that's the completing stage. Let's take a quick look. Wake up, mouse. Stage 5 is the completing stage. Okay. Where is completing? Here we go. So what's the completing process going to be here? It is branching relative if equal to 0, ingots are ready. 2. So it's jumping to here if ingots are not ready. Otherwise, it's moving to stage completed. This is missing some critical logic here of doing its job of like trying to heat the thing up and get the ingots to the point where they're ready. I was thinking it should be fluctuating right now between the emptying and the heating stages to try and heat up whatever's inside until it'll create an ingot. So in this case, when we fed it the wrong number of ingots or the wrong number of ore, it's got like 250 reagents in there, it should still be trying to get those as hot as it can. So it's messing up by missing a critical stage here. I remember we refactored this so that we could call it at any time, and then I think we adjusted the one place we're calling it, but not another. So this is the... Let's go ahead first off, before I do anything. I guess I'll save real quick. I don't think I touched anything. But sure, let's save real quick. I just want to reload that load. Okay, so we're right back to the good conditions. But I want to make a quick change here. First, let's overwrite the code just in case nothing changes, I'm pretty sure. I was only looking just to be sure. Okay. So, for our stage completing, it is correctly waiting, or correctly going to the completed stage, but it's not correctly heating. We need to call that function for stage emptying, which means we move the stage to stage emptying. And when we do move the stage to stage emptying, we need to set the vReturn stage. So we go to stage emptying, and we also set the emptying return stage to stage completing. And this should enter the cycle of trying to fill the thing up and empty it and just raise the temperature of whatever's inside. So I want to actually test this with the current broken conditions. Let's overwrite our code. Confirm and export and throw this in and get it ready. Save for it to fail. I know it's going to fail, but this time I want to see it rotating through all the stages. It should be going like 5, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4. And it should be bringing up the temperature of whatever's inside, I think. Let's try and test that and see what happens. Okay, we got a bug. That's good. Incorrect variable at line 87. Ooh, that's a fun one. What's that mean? Oh, I can't click on anything? Uh-oh. Ooh, my game is super hosed here. I think this is an Alt F4. Sorry about that. I love the assembly code. It's such a fun minigame. It's so useful. I want to see this thing work. It's close. Alright, are you going to give me null exceptions and explode? I hope you work. I think you're going to work. I'm pretty sure you're going to work. Less certain about my code. I forget, I think I said line 87? I could be misremembering. What's 87? Ah. Competing. Stage completing. That makes sense. Confirm. Edit. Library, auto furnace, overwrite. Mouse dies. Alright. Let's see what happens now. Okay, so it's loading up too much. We're in stage 3. Should be emptying down to 1 megapascals. Then it should be filling with more hot gas. Then it should go back to stage 3. It should keep doing this. It'll do a quick 4. It'll do flicker 4, flicker 5, 3. And it should just keep doing this forever. Okay, good. So that's what we were hoping to see. So if that ever gets messed up, it's just gonna poop hot gas forever. That's a really bad side effect. That's probably something we should handle programmatically and make sure that we're never, like if the regents are greater than 50, we should go into error state. Because otherwise it's gonna go bad. Okay. Edit, pause. I think we should just add a stage error. Let's go from the top down. How's that? Negative 99. Something's fucked. We followed the template of just adding one more switch to the statement. We added our new constant for stage error is negative 99. So when we're in stage error, it's going to show negative 99 on the top console, which is a very wrong input when you're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With negative 1, it seems okay too. Anyway, I'll do negative 1. That feels even more wrong. So we have to make a stage error. Stage error. We can throw down at the very bottom. And what do we want to do if we're in error? We probably want to turn the furnace off, basically. No. No, we don't, because we want to keep reading input from it. We want to see what's going on inside. We don't want to turn the furnace off, but we do want to make sure that it's not doing anything anymore. We want to say the setting input is 0. Setting output is 0. Okay. And then that's pretty much it. It'll show a negative 1 on the screen. And then it will make sure that the inputs and outputs are both set to 0. And then we're good. So maybe as part of load vars, let's add a... No, this should be part of main, probably. Shouldn't do it in load vars. I mean, it's variable validation. Yeah, we could put it right here. So validate region count. Okay, I'm gonna put that a little lower. Move these around. All right, maybe separate this. So this is going to be, let's see, branch relative if less than 51, we'll say. So if the V regents are less than 51, we'll branch relevant relative 2 lines or 3 lines. Maybe we'll call this this should be a constant. Max regents should be 50. Where were we? We will say branch if greater than. So if the regents are greater than max regents, no, if they're less than. Always got to do the invert, break my brain. Branch relative if less than 3. Skip 3 lines. Otherwise, we're going to do a couple things here. No, actually, we don't even need to do that, do we? We can do 2, and we can change the stage. Yeah. So the stage gets hard-coded to stage error. This is fine. I was thinking we need to force it to JMain, but that happens right here. And actually, I need to be careful. We just deleted some code because we passed the max line number. It only goes to 127. Move that a little so it's more visible, sorry. I don't think I deleted anything important. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna save this real quick. This auto furnace backup.
Hydration critical.
Let's check out the auto furnace. Did I delete anything? Or does it go temperature JRAW? Temperature JRAW. Okay. So this is fine. Except this is JRaw. That's good to check. Good catch. Alright, now we can overwrite this and delete this. Alright, and what is our state? Is this before things happen? This is before things happen. We save, and we see what happens now? No, we already know what happens now. Now we have a new error state. Oh, actually, I want to see the error state. Yeah. This is going to fail. It's going to show us an error state. Nope. Problem. Did I export the code right? I'm not certain I did. Let's try one more time. There we go. Let's see. I think this is correct. So branch relative if less than.
Hunger critical.
If the V regents are less than max regents, jump 2 lines. So that should be going to right here. Otherwise, if the V regents are greater than or equal to here, then it's going to move to this part and set the stage to stage error. Then it should continue. Oh, it's going to JMain here. Oops. You got the right one there? We good? Did that matter? Did that get exported? Let's see. Maybe I didn't export it right. Not convinced I did, but I could just have a bug in my code. So it should go above, should go to -1. There it is. So we are in that error state now, which I want to see, and then it should shut off the input and output, and we should see it freeze up. Are you still going up? Are you cooking? Is that what's happening? You are cooking. You're cooking big time. But I think the pressure would be going up much faster or down much faster if either of those switches were on. So everything looks right there. It's making sure things are off. Maybe. I don't know if it was left on. Okay. So this seems good. We had an error state in case if it does start working, if it ever stops working, then we can be relatively confident that it's going to turn everything off and not waste all of our hot gas, which would be annoying. Or just even like waste a bunch of energy or waste resources and just keep collecting resources and have 1,000 garbage regions in there. Anyway, okay, we go back to here. Everything's looking good, I think, except it looks like clicking the button here is going funny somehow. I don't know. Let's take a look at it. I'm not sure exactly what's going wrong there. Swap out the tracker chip for the digital valve configuration. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna click it. Open. What are you set to? Oh. You're not set right. Okay. I thought I set that to 1 a long time ago. Maybe I need to digitally set it to 1 because I'm playing with it. Okay, so let's add that to the hard coding of our script. Make sure that it's got the right input value here. That might be all it is. What are you again? Show me one more time. I'm going to change the configuration to 1, which sets the setting to 1. Let's just be 100% sure and make it 2. Setting. Okay, that's what I would expect. Alright, so I'm going to add that to the code and even just put that back to 0. That makes sense. So we edit, and we load our code. No, it's already all ready to go. We need to add one line of code. If we add one line of code, we're going to delete our code and break it. This is limitation. Oh, look at that. What a wasteful extra line. Ooh, I liked that one. I'm keeping that one. I liked it. As part of our setup, we will do a set D. What are you called? I forget. Powered shoot. Depowered shoot setting is going to be set to 1. So we'll hard code it to 1. Make sure that it's 1. That gets saved as auto furnace. That gets confirmed. You get exported. Click it 5 times, 10 times. Put it back. Alright, so is this going to work? Now it should be only letting 1 through. And we might be able to get towards the ending stages. Let's find out. Button. -1. It did only let 1 through. But then we got to -1. Did it turn it -1 right as it hit 50? Could watch one more time and find out. Uh-oh, I think it crashed. Oh man, my air state is too strong. I killed the whole game. That's a good function. That's good work. Should be 51, not 50. I did export it, I think. So, I'm pretty sure I clicked that button like 50 times and narrated the fact that I clicked it like 50 times. So I'm pretty sure I did click that export button. But I do like where your head's at right now, and I'm definitely going to click it more times next time. Alright, let's take a look. So it's just this, it's max regents. It needs to be 51. And it shouldn't be max regents, it should be like air regents. Something like that. Or it should be branch relative of less than or equal. Come on. Ooh, branch less equal? Yeah? Okay. Max regents is 50. That's cleaner code. I just like guess wildly at assembly commands. Sometimes. That seems right. Okay. That seems good. Progress, 1 bug at a time. I think the playlist died too. Gotta choose a different one. Confirm. Export. Save. Oh no, it's just a quiet song. It's thinking about starting. We'll see. Maybe it'll make up its mind. Save again for no reason. Click button. See what goes wrong now. Getting close. Now we're stuck in stage 1. Did I mess something up already? Line 122. Ooh. What you doing, game? Getting chunky. .122 was a problem. Maybe. Might have exported wrong. I don't know if I clicked export enough. Max regents doesn't exist because I named it air regents or something. Let's keep with max regents. Okay. Throw that in. I think this is it. We'll see. Let me heal the human real quick. He's dying. He's got 0 thirst and 0 food. How's the suit looking? Suit's like half emptied.
Oxygen low.
Alright, you're good, dude. Back at it.
Critical.
Ooh, and our power's getting pretty low, too. Gotta take a look at that. Alright, incorrect variable at line 122. Export, 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 export. Edit. Oh, right. 122. Relative jump to line C if A is less than B. If V regents are less than max regents, jump to max regents. We can copy paste, just see that nothing changes. Export, 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 off. On. Save. Alright, you gonna work maybe? You gonna break immediately? Smelting should be... Okay, it's trying to raise to temperature. Huh. So it's stuck in phase 3 when it should be ready to let stuff out. So it's emptying, now it's filling, now it's chilling, going back to stage 4. It's not correctly going to the next stage. It's going 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, so it's not getting to like the completion phase correctly, even though right now it should be able to make an ingot. I'm gonna double check that before I load the save. Let's actually break this open and take a look and see. You should be ready to pull the trigger, right? You've got 50 of something that is smelted. Yep, I can see it ready to go. We should be entering the next phase. And instead you're playing the game of emptying and filling over and over. Okay. Getting closer. Gotta export harder. Alright, so let's take a quick look. Edit, pause. So we are correctly getting to... Actually, I'm not 100% sure we get back to stage 5. I don't know if I remember seeing that, but it should only flicker for like a single tick. We're stuck in the completing stage. Branch relative if equal to Z. So if the ingot is ready, is a 0, which it should be, then it's going to jump over to here. Or no, sorry, for our condition right now, the ingot is ready should be a 1. So it should be moving to stage completed. And then we need to jmain. Oh, I'm going to delete a line of code, right? Fuck. Can't afford to have much space or comments anymore, unfortunately. I'm tempted to just delete this. This was for an initial warm-up that's been done and will never ever need to be done again, and I am hurting for line of codes. Like manually boot it up. Okay, anyway, now we get JRAW again. JRAW goes down here for the deleted line of code. Where was I? Right here. Do I have the same code twice? That looks exactly the same. When did that happen? Oh my. When did that happen? Okay, but our problem here is that it was correctly hitting this, I believe, and it was setting the stage to stage completed, and then it was continuing to move along, and it was hitting this portion, where it would then set it to stage emptying, and go to stage emptying, and do that process. So we don't want to skip 2 lines here, we want to skip 3 lines here, and then we want to jmain at this point. Restart the whole main loop once we get to the completed stage. That's the thing we're missing here, I think. Plus I had some copied line of code there. That was a little odd. Let's overwrite that, call that good, confirm, export, throw it down, save, push the button. And do you work? Maybe. I think it works. Should keep going until either it runs out of stuff, or the pressure gets too high and it needs to relieve pressure, or the temperature gets too low and it needs to go into the heating phases, which we've already seen work correctly. So we still need to see this hit the top end of pressure in particular. If we run a load of silver through it, then we should see it should either explode or prevent itself from exploding. That's worth trying. Alright, but it looks good. Let's try that again. Let's do a quick, I gotta run ads because I gotta, but I'm just gonna farm some ore, and then let's run a bag through and see that it actually gets to the end. The last bit being, we can see over there that there's some ingots already showing up on our mall. Looks good. Too many buttons. I'm overwhelmed with buttons. Tired and hungry too. Lack of sleep's hitting me. Almost done though. Easy mall. Farm me some stuff. I'm glad you like. I also like. The assembly programming is definitely one of my favorite parts of this game. It's a lot of fun. Good challenge with very high utility. That is a super useful thing to have. Let's see if we can blow it up. I would like some silver. Give me something that makes explosions. I think lead makes explosions. Yeah, it's a big chain. It's a lot of thinking. It's just one little step at a time. None of them are too crazy. It's almost done. That was like built like a whole mall in a day. It's pretty good. I said 2 hours. We're at 7. I lied. I haven't got any cobalt either. I guess I've already seen that go through. It doesn't matter. Alright, lead is good. Gold is good. Silver, I think, is best. Oh, I see some silver up there. Kind of want to get a little bit of everything too. See all of it reach the end portion. Well, let's basically fill up on some silver here. See if this works. This should cause overpressuring. And it might do it so rapidly that even if it works, it's not enough. We'll see. This is probably also going to get our flamethrower going. Let's see what that looks like from inside, and then see if the roof explodes. It's a good plan. Feels like a victory celebration. That's one more bug to fix if our base goes away. Out. Alright, this is a pretty explodey bag. Make sure the mining drill is in there. Here we go. Turn it on. I'm gonna save. Let's do the full process. So we're gonna throw them in. We should see it all. Let's just walk through it step by step. Mining belt go.
Hunger caution.
Click button. Mining belt go. Click button. Put on my tool belt. So this comes up, goes into an unloader. Should be unloading all the ore, which then gets loaded through sorters to sort the ore, which goes into stackers to make it stacks of 50, which goes into the silo to get processed, which goes into here, which is not doing anything. Oh, really? Are you serious? Excuse me. You're stuck in stage 1. Do I have to push the button? Is that what's going on here? Is there something, is one bug that once it is done processing everything and gets to the idle state, it doesn't start processing automatically again? Maybe an idle state needs to like sleep for a second, then click the button. Oh, actually, I think I know what it is. Let's throw this out. I'm gonna throw this in, import, edit, pause. Let's look at where we're setting it. We toggle it on and off, right? Yeah, we don't want to toggle it on and off. We want to say that we're relying on the setting 1. We just want to turn it on, and then it's going to stay on until one stack goes through. So even if that takes a day, that explains it. Alright, save that, throw it in, should work. And then I gotta click the button. Alright, you gonna work? You gonna explode? You doing the thing? Look at those numbers. Numbers are numbering. I'm not sure I threw it in the correct order. In fact, I think I did it backwards. It's gonna have to go through the bag of non-explosives first. But I guess that'll let it fill up with a lot of volatiles, perhaps. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Do you explode? I'm gonna eat and drink. And see also, did everything, where's my front door? Big rectangle. Where do I live? I want to see if it made the remainder made it all the way through the system onto the floor in front of us. I haven't seen that work yet either. Okay, there's all my shit on the floor, just like we were looking for.
Oxygen low.
Maybe we could just like throw that in storage. Or even like have a little cubby for it over here. It's not a bad idea to do like this small vending machine. That would probably be preferable to rain. Nah, I flip-flop. You sit there. You should be colored. Let's get you a color. You should be the color green. Beautiful. You need to be green too. Alright, so these came through. Eat and drink. Where's my food? Alright, we got some stuff coming through. Now when we need things, we can be like things. And it just oops things. That's not right. That's better. Nice. So no overflow protection yet. But pretty easy to get some mats. How are our explosions? I haven't seen any explosions. I was kind of excited for explosions. Oh yeah. I forgot about that. That's the thing that's supposed to happen. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's beautiful. It's like the sun. It's amazing. Did it hurt anything? That's a gigantic flamethrower. Holy shit. That's super fun. That would be awesome to just see going off whenever the forge is like harvesting the return of a spaceship or something. That was amazing. That was a lot bigger than I was expecting like a 1x5 maybe flamethrower. That was like a gigantic ball. I feel like I need to play with that. I need to like deliberately feed it as much silver as I can occasionally and see what happens. Alright, well, we saw it vent, and it definitely didn't vent because it was having trouble keeping up with temperature. So I think we saw it actually hit that point where it was overpressurizing and had to relieve pressure, or it would have trouble. The only other time it's going to do that is if it's doing the heating up thing. So it definitely wasn't heating up. So that looks like that's working. Looks like all the ends of the system are working for failures, turning off when it needs to. Idling seems to work. This is, oh, we actually haven't seen this work again. Let's feed it one more stack and see that it actually turns on. But I think that's the last bug I can think to fix here. I think it's about ready. It's a big upgrade. And we can plug that into any sort of ore generation. You just plug it right into that chute, and it all gets processed. Give me a couple stacks of something. Oh, big sub. Thank you, thank you. Glad you like. Game is fun. Alright, that's a couple stacks of things. Do I need anything else? Don't know. Could be good to add consoles above the vending machines, just with like the count of how much stuff is inside of it. That would be fun. Be able to just like look at the wall and see. But I suppose we could just run out when we run out and then go get some more. That's how I usually do it. Until deep miners at least. Alright, that's plenty. Alright, let's see, do you work? You're gonna do the thing. Power is running low. Power's going the wrong way now. So that's something to improve. Alright, it's getting loaded and sorted and stacked and should enter the furnace. You start. There we go. Okay, so that is the complete system then. You can see that was going through correctly. Alright, that all looks like it's working. We can immediately save a bunch of power by just turning off some consoles. I'm not going to keep an eye on you. Your little black box down with some labels. We can just turn those on if we ever have any issues and see what's going on. Let's see. Everything should get booped over here. There's all the stuff. I'm gonna give it just like a small shelf. Seems good. Do I have any of those? Give me a locker. Locker. What's that? I need iron, you say? Well, I got a button for that now. That's pretty nice. Look at all that iron. I got 2. I was hoping for more. I'm a little disappointed, actually, but pretty cool. The concept is there. Just add ore. We don't need many of those ones. Good. I just want a little shelf, I think. Is there a little shelf? Does that have to be medium? I want like one of these. But one. Oh well. Alright, so we could put like backpacks in there too, bags, any sort of mining stuff you can just put in there. And then everything else, just gonna fall through there. Alright, that is it. I'm dying. I'm super tired and hungry. I need to feed Kitty and feed myself and fall asleep. That was a super productive day there. Got the whole mall built up there for some basic ore and all the processing set up. We need to handle the overflow and dump that in lava. Easy enough. And then start supplying it with some ore automatically. That'll just be like good income. In fact, let me take a really quick look. What's the one that lets us see deep stuff? The deep miner cartridge. I want to see the deep mining stuff. I haven't looked at that at all. But I wonder what's immediately available here. What could I just like walk outside and have access to? I'm wearing my suit. I'm wearing my suit. That's... Okay. So like right where we're standing, it's a mix of silver and gold. We could put a deep miner down, use a centrifuge to split it apart, and turn like the unusable ore into silver and gold, and then just plug that straight in and have a passive supply of silver and gold, which is going to add a huge amount of heat too. We'd see the flamethrower just going all the time, and that's just like if we put stuff right outside our front door. But if we move around the map, there's different spots with different compositions. We can make little outposts if we want to, and then have them farm, and we come drive by and fill up on materials every once in a while, bring them back and plug them into the system. But that's getting towards endgame stuff. That's what I'm interested in playing with too, and seeing what it takes to make outposts and make them probably... I feel like it would be interesting to like try and rely on it as a core mechanic more than just like getting rockets going and automating them to give you perfect income. Here's lead over here. Get lead as supply, I suppose. Anyway, I'm thinking if we get, I don't know how the rockets work exactly. In the past, you could get them set up so that they would give you all of the ore, including ice, which on this planet's a huge deal. That would be water and oxygen, and like nitrogen, which we can't get. As far as I know, there may be ways. So it'd be fun to really lean on the deep mining mechanic and like have to go out and make outposts all over the place, and go out and you just go get like 20 bags full of, or hard suits full of material and bring it back and have enough for a long time. Instead of just getting free income from forever automatically from these spaceships. But I don't know what new spaceships are like. I do hear that you can at least use them to scout your area, on top of scouting the rest of the map. But we might be able to like see what's around us and where I should be going, rather than just flying away and getting completely lost. Where do I live? Where do I live? Seems good. Alright, it's break time, sleep time, I'm dying. I'm gonna get home. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna call that good. Oh yeah, did the settings help? I feel like it's better, and it's still not good. And like significantly different. Than the time to kill and just the general ability of like the rifle aim players in particular. Just seems like mouse does better. It's easier, you can move faster and correct quicker. It feels like they're aiming more with the mouse while I'm like stuck driving drunk and like can't find the right rate to turn. Feels really weird. The helicopter controls are odd. It's like you have to move pretty slowly. If you move too fast, you pretty much immediately start going way too fast. So you hold a threshold that's like too slow. You're like desperately want to move, but you can't give 2% more thumb input. It's gonna jump. Likely skill issue. But those settings help a bit. Alright, where am I? What am I doing? I'm going home. I'm talking about Battlefield settings. I'm excited to try them out in Battlefield 6 though. I didn't play with the new settings in Battlefield 6. At least they're a little bit different than what I was using in the past. So the ones that I gave you basically are the ones that I'll be using, and they are different. They seem better. Probably release a video from that game. I uninstalled the other one, so can't do any more videos for it. Or something like that. Alright, I'm home. I'm so tired that
Oxygen low.
can't keep a thought. I need to eat food and let's go to sleep. Good day, we did it. We did the thing, and we can plug in other things to the thing, and then we'll do things. Good things. Well done. Maybe one last thing to look at. How's our water supply doing? You were supposed to be hugging 230. That's not... Okay, it's still at 230, so we're just treading water perfectly for staying alive. And our oxygen is still 73%. Still hasn't hit the target of like, I think 70 or 60. It's taken forever. Alright, that's all good. We're strong now. I sleep. Hope you enjoyed.